Hello. Hi.
Oh.
Happy Monday.
Oh.
Welcome in, fellas.
Oh.
Hi. I'm Squiiji, freelance artist Fungi, art educator extraordinaire. Today we're doing whatever this is.
Oh.
Hello. Welcome in. Today is today for sure. It surely is. Hello. How are you all doing on this fine day of the week, mere mortals? Have you called me here for a reason?
Oi.
Thank you for the gloop. We do have a big spender coming in here. Did you summon me here for a reason? Were you in need of somebody to approve of or disapprove of any of your statements today? This is the Eldritch EG of approval and disapproval, of gold star and red X. This is the Eldritch Lord of move your card to green or move your card to red, depending on what questions you may or may not have. Can I offer you some wisdom, maybe, on this lovely Monday? Can you approve my blind box purchase? I will tell you, I am not usually in approval of blind box purchases or other forms of capitalistic manipulation that leads to gambling, because what they are doing is they know you want one in particular of those things. So by not showing you what it is that you are going to acquire, they are going to make you more likely to spend more money in order to attain more of their things. They are manipulating you. I had a coupon. I mean, you can spend your money however you wish, but that does not mean that the Eldritch deity is going to approve of doing it on their own. My approval or disapproval, whoa, is still circumstantial and still based on my thoughts and opinions. You can form your own. I permit it. Can you approve my time off? I will in fact approve your time off. Are you applying for sick days? Are you applying for your paid time off, or what are you applying for? How far out is your time that you are approving off for also? If it is within the next 2 weeks, we may have to discuss that and have a longer time period that you need to submit your form in advance for. That's okay though. Deadpan, whoa. Whoa. Oh, look at that. I now have a tail too. That's pretty good. Here for ages, first thing I see is EG. What have the shroommates done? Well, that's a good question. What have they done? They have brought me here. Can I approve you? You could approve me all you like, whether or not. Can you wish me luck on my essay, please, Shroom Deity? I am not the deity that is able to actually physically give you luck, but I can still wish you luck nevertheless. I approve of doing well on your essays. I also approve of working on your essays. Hey, Shroomates, who are followers of EG and maybe followers of me, I would highly suggest and approve of it if you did not procrastinate on whatever it is that you need to be working on. I'm certain that there are probably things that you can think of that are things that would be useful for you to be working on at the moment. We love a good lurk. We love a good, what do you call it, co-working situation here. Get your things done if you need to do them. I approve of that. I disapprove of leaving things to the last minute and incurring great stress upon yourself. Approval of financial and legal advice. I don't know if this shroom is of the credentials to provide you financial and legal advice, as I exist outside of the constraints of your, feeble human society. I am not subservient to financial or legal things in any capacity. Therefore, I would not know enough about them to advise you in them in any capacity. For I am far older and far more powerful than anything that those types of establishments may try and enforce upon me. I will just slip back into the earth and sleep for a couple thousand years longer, so I will not be partaking in that, though. No. Are there any more? Feeble human society can cower in shame. I feel that they are not going to cower before me, but instead laugh before me, but that's their problem. They cannot see just how powerful I am, the fact that I'm able to exist before you here, in this terrifying cocoon of something. We don't know what this is, but it is a terrifying cocoon. I am not the knower of all things. I am just the opinion haver of the Eldritch deities. I appreciate you standing me, however. I do approve of that. Can you disapprove of my schoolwork? If it is busy work, then I will in fact disapprove of it. If it is in fact schoolwork that is well crafted to help reinforce your knowledge of something through repetition, or to push your creative thinking skills, or to challenge you in new ways, then perhaps I would approve of it. Schoolwork does have a purpose, as does homework, but sometimes it doesn't. It depends. You know what I do approve of also? I do approve of Dungeon Slime gifting subs to the Shroomates also. Thank you, Dungeon Slime. Shroomates, I would also approve of you saying thank you if you were gifted a sub, and also I would approve greatly, greatly I would approve if you rotated for the Dungeon Slime for their kindness. Please. Just got here and I am scared. Fear not. 'Tis I, the Squiiji of approval and disapproval. I am here to answer your questions with my own thoughts. Never mind. Hi! What happened? What am I? Whoa! Hey, Dungeon Slime! Thank you for gifting subs! I appreciate it! I found out yesterday I can use my sub emotes in iMessages? Hang on, what? Can you really? I didn't know that. Does that mean I can use my own? Crazy. Your skincare routine is intense? Yeah, a little bit. My skincare routine does in fact include flipping me upside down, hanging me from my feet so all the blood rushes to my face for good circulation in my skin, and also maybe attaching many a star and or X as pimple patches all over my face. Selma! Thank you for gifting us up too! Can we rotate more for Selma, please? Pretty please? I'm not actually giving that as skincare advice. My skincare, my actual real skincare only consists of washing my face with Cetaphil every night. That's it. That is all. Is this my normal proportions, or is my head slightly larger than usual right now? I can't tell. I feel like my head is slightly larger than usual at the moment. Do I normally look like this? Your head is big? Okay. Yeah, all that power probably went to my head a little bit. I'll recover. You don't need skincare if you're lucky. It's not that I'm lucky, it's that my skin is sensitive to everything. If I put anything else...
You got something on your face.
Thanks, Gary, I didn't notice. Thank you, Gary, I was unaware. Thank you, Edward, for the bits. Gary, I'm well aware, thank you. My skin is just too sensitive. Most skincare products have something in them that will make me break out if I put them on my face, or they will make me develop eczema, so we don't need that. Skin loves some salicylic acid. I don't know how mine feels about that. I just don't do very many of those things. Uh-oh, beep. Uh-oh, Gary, beep. Why are we beeping, Gary? You could answer the questions. Corey, thank you for gifting a sub to Jelly D. If you got gifted a sub, please say thank you. Shroomates, hope you're not tired of rotating. Continue your rotation while I try and figure out what the heck Gary did not like. Gary, your reading skills really need some work. Maybe I need to assign you homework. Let's find out. Let's see. I also wish that when I send text to him to play, it would override the function. I can tell that, hey guys, it's me again, is totally fine. Here, Gary, try this. We'll do a sentence by sentence.
Hey guys, it's me again.
Hang on. Hang on, yep. Try again, you got this, Gary?
I just a book with a lot of writing in it.
Okay. Gary, your reading skills are not fantastic because you're not actually reading it.
Beep.
Let me show off my reading skills. Okay, well, let's see if the rest is fine.
Dear Diary, this is it. I am gonna invent time travel, go back in time and rewrite history so that EG become the leader of a UN named organization so the joke lands really well, though I need to remember the date that it is on. Love and kisses, Cell. Wait, why do I see Summer running on water towards me? Anyways.
Running on water towards you? Dang, is Selma trying to run across an entire ocean right now to stop you from saying this stuff out loud? I feel like you weren't supposed to read that letter to me, Gary. Good luck trying to rewrite history and or go back in time. If you manage to invent a time machine that allows you to go back in time and change somehow my opinion, that'd be crazy. Because you would just have to, you wouldn't have to go back in time to when I said I am against those organizations. You'd have to go back in time to probably my childhood and reinstill in me an entirely different belief system. You would have to also either prevent me from becoming friends with two very particular people in my past, or prevent them from being involved in situations that led them to then lead me to be against these types of organizations. It'd be a lot of work is what I'm saying. If you really want to put all that work in, you know, I guess I can't stop you and I would commend you for the effort, but it would be an extensive amount of work to try and make that happen. New dystopian storytelling type? Yeah. Don't know if it's a good idea to use time travel, Gary. Yeah, I don't know either. I feel like Gary wouldn't be responsible enough, or maybe detail-oriented enough. I feel like he may goof us up and cause issues with the butterfly effect that we would not be able to deal with. Sometimes I forget that that word are a very real thing in the States. They are. And the reason why I tend to, I don't personally joke about them a lot. I let you guys do it, it's fine. But is because I have very real people in my life who were affected by them. Therefore, as a result, I just feel weird saying anything, even if it's as a joke, that is in any direction about it. So I allow it as like a funny bit while we're here, so don't get me wrong, I'm not upset with any of you, it's fine. I allow it as a bit. However, yeah, those things are a very real and very scary thing here in the States in many cases, and they are a life ruiner. So be safe out there, fellas. Oh, Chokorama, thank you for gifting a sub. That was very kind of you too. Can we get some more rotation, please? I hope you guys are not getting dizzy. I certainly am not. I could rotate forever. I'd be really good for those challenges, you know, where they make you hold a bat and put your forehead to it and spin around in a circle. I feel like I'd win. I feel like I'd do really well with them, potentially. Maybe. You guys have been training me so well for this. If they ever have, like, a VTuber games, they should let me in. They should let me in. That's all I'm saying. Oh, thank you for head rotation. I appreciate it. Yes, there we go. Get rotated. Thank you. I approve. I can get rotated. You can rotate for free. If the Milky Way, if you spin my head, there is the 1 point, or not 1 point, it costs a couple points. Channel redeem, where you can spin my head around, or you can make me be the orb that rotates. That's how we do free rotation. Iggy, how do you manage your lore? Like, how consistent to be with your lore and talk about your IRL life details, like you being a teacher? Whoa, spin my, yeah, there we go. Yep, spin my head a little bit. So I will say that I am not incredibly lore focused as a VTuber. I thought I was going to be more so when I first debuted, but it's kind of hard. And I'm a yapper, and I can be a little bit of an oversharer sometimes. And I'm actually going to here very quickly, very soon, talk about some real life things that may or may not impact us, just because I like transparency. I tend to draw the line where I do try and keep away from having anything that is particularly personal. Like, I do talk about, from time to time, the fact that I am disabled, but I won't really go into details about that. And that's something where, like, I just, like, joke around with it as being a part of my lore, maybe? But I'm not a very lore-based VTuber, I will say. Squiiji is a character, but Squiiji is, me, just like an optimal version of me, more so than a character I'm playing maybe. Squiiji is the version of me that I wish I was in my daily life, and I'm using it as a way to train myself to be more like this in my daily life also. Yeah. Oh god, I hope good things, IRL. Yeah, hang on, so let me not freak you all out. We'll see how this pans out, but anyone who has been around for a minute may or may not be aware that I have been looking for work, because mostly I've been very blessed to be able to work full-time as a content creator for the last, actually, like, year and a half? Maybe even longer than that, year and a half or so. That has been my full-time job, and, you know, for the first, like, 9 months of it, it was going really well. I was doing a really good job managing my finances, and everything was kind of working out. I had a very affordable healthcare, and my student loans had been continually, like, put off, essentially, because of school and education and income status. But the sort of unfortunate thing that has happened with the state of the US, not to complain about the US again, we've already done this once today, but as of some things that were unfortunate, my student loan payments no longer were able to be deferred because of some changes made by a very terrible Clementine of a wrinkly old man. As well as the fact that not only did I have to start paying them, but the amount that I have to pay for them steadily continued to increase to the point where I was paying $400 to $500 a month for the student loan payments. I don't own very much. I don't owe that much in student loans. But it got really ridiculous. And then, as a secondary result of that, pardon my French, goddamn man, that stupid man and the people that he puts in charge of things, I got kicked off my health insurance, because of some changes to eligibility that were his fault. So I got kicked off my health insurance in July. I am a medically expensive person, so I need health insurance. And so the student loan payments prevent me from being able to afford health insurance, and now I am not in all that much financial security any longer. So I am pursuing work. I am pursuing other work because for the lifestyle that I was living prior to that stupid man, I probably could have continued being a content creator a-okay forever. It would have been all right. I've been steadily making a little bit more over time and things, you know, we're trending in the right direction. I've been doing all the right stuff. But, you know, there's things you just can't account for in life, and that was one of them. So, as a result of that, I have been looking for work since a long time, actually. I've mentioned it on stream before. I've been looking for work for a while. And finally, at the end of this week, it looks like I'm going to have a potentially really, really fantastic interview for a position that would be amazing for me. It is exact something that I have the absolute perfect credentials for. It would be fantastic, and it'd be everything that I would hope to do in work. Oh, there we go, it's gone. I thought I fixed that, but it's not there. So the good news is I may have a really, really fantastic, exciting interview on Thursday or Friday. I don't know which day yet. So depending on how and when that occurs, we may have stream Thursday, may have stream Friday, and I may have a guerrilla stream depending on how long that interview runs for, because it is in person. I am going somewhere to do that. So wish me luck. I would really, really like to get it because I've been very stressed behind the scenes financially for the last couple of months. It would take a lot of weight off my back. But the reason why I wanted to tell you all this is because if I get a job that is going to be a normal, like, 9 to 5, so that is going to impact my ability to be Squiiji to all of you for certain. I am not giving up on VTubing. I am not graduating. Do not be scared. Don't even have that fear in your heart. I'm not abandoning you. You can't get rid of me. It may just mean that I may only be able to stream like 2 days a week, maybe, as opposed to 3, and it may mean that the time I'm streaming may have to change. So, don't freak out. Don't be scared. It will be okay. We will get through it together. I'm not disappearing. I'm not leaving. So I just wanted to alert you guys of this in advance, because depending on how that goes, I don't want to be next week being like, hey, good news announcement. People are totally blindsided. I don't want to blindside you. I just want to be clear about what may or may not be going on. So we'll see. Find financial security first. Thank you. Thank you. Prioritize yourself first. I will. But let me tell you, I'm not going to stop streaming because I enjoy it. It is so fun for me. And theoretically, the ability to be making money means that I probably will be able to delegate some of my tasks that I've had for a very long time relating to VTubing. In a way, like, I will maybe have a little bit of spending money, so then I can be like, hey, pay you this other person money to do task for me. Pay other person money to do task for me. So we may actually get things done better as a result of the fact that I'm financially stable and won't have to rely on doing everything myself anymore. So we'll see. So this is gonna be a good thing probably for all of us. For all of us, theoretically, but we'll see. Yeah. Also, thank you Hikikomori, Zara, and Dravies, and Samantha Zan. Thank you guys for following me. Sorry, I just wanted to finish saying all of those things before I did all of those thanking yous. But I'm not going away. Hopefully. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. And it's not even guaranteed that I get this position. I'll be really sad if I don't, but I gotta put it out there. If I imagine myself in this position, I'll get it. I'll get it. I'll make it work. Shermace, wish me luck. Yeah, we're gonna manifest it here for me. Yeah, so we'll get everything working out. I may also, depending on if I get the position or not, I might take the first week I'm working there off of streaming just so I can settle in. But I'm not abandoning you. Do not worry. I'm not going away. I will be here. You're stuck with me forever. Yeah. Yay. So, anyways, I should probably get us moving for today, potentially. Yeah. I cast Bardic Inspiration. Thank you. Oh, Inspiration. Thank you. I appreciate it. Good luck. Thank you. I appreciate all of your well wishes for the lucking. I'll let you know how it goes. Probably Monday, you guys will hear about it, depending on how things go. I'll keep you posted. But to any and all of you who are also looking for work, God, it is tough out there. God, it sucks. It sucks. It's so rough out there. I have been searching hardcore literally all summer, and it's almost October, And this is only the second interview I've gotten. It's awful. I've applied to almost 200 things. So if you are having a tough time out there with trying to find employment also, I get it. I understand. I have a master's degree and I am not finding work. It is awful out there, let me tell you. So good luck. What flavor of employment may we ask? Teaching adjacent, which I'm very happy to be getting back into. It's like teaching support more so, but it is directly in it's printmaking, and I'm so happy. I can't wait to teach printmaking again in some capacity, but it's very different than what I used to do, so I'll let you know more about it if and when I get it, because I don't want to talk too much about it in advance. I also need to be careful how much I say about it, because it's very specific, so it may tell you where I work, so we'll figure out how to talk about that. Been job hunting since April, I get it? No! I wish you luck as well. It is so rough. It sucks. Jubby, to get the position they have right now, it took Jubby 9 months of searching for work. And it is a fantastic position that Jubby has now with a lot of security and other things. But man, it is not easy. Don't worry, I will not dox myself. I will be careful, but yeah, no. Not late? No. We are just right here at the beginning. Don't worry. Let's go. Talking about it, when can we expect approximately PNGtuber remix tutorial / review? That is in my queue of videos I am editing, so right now, not really a good, I don't really have a good gauge on that, unfortunately. But I can let you know. Depending on if I get that work, I would be able to have somebody else do the editing for it once I get that first paycheck, and that might make it sooner than later, so like in like a month or two. But if not, it might take a little bit longer. We'll see. I'll keep you posted. Also been job searching since August. Man, I'm wishing all of you so much luck. It is rough out there. Anyways, what was this stream for here today? Today's stream, in fact, was because we were doing VTuber design critiques. We've just been talking announcements at the beginning. It's our usual half an hour-ish yap before we actually get to the point of the stream. But let me get our housekeeping out of the way first, because that's not the only housekeeping bit to have. So the housekeeping from that, the point of me saying that was that Thursday and Friday are a little up in the air, so I'll keep you guys posted as to what the schedule is for those. I will be live at least one more time this week. But don't know yet. At least one more time this week. We don't know which day yet. Second, what else is there? Oh, from Friday. Friday, I talked about how to do research for character design. There is now a document that you can follow that goes over most of what I talked about on stream. I have it in the Discord server now, so if you would like to join the server, if you are not in it already, you are welcome to. But there is a section which is called, what is it called? The section that is called Resource Share. I have the document posted in there for your reference if you would like. So that'll make things a little bit easier to find, hopefully. What else do I have this week? Current extra credit assignment. If you would like to participate in our current extra credit assignment, which is just funny little art tasks or character design challenges that I give to the community. Our current one is that we are drawing Gajinkas based on animal photos or memes. You'll see it like pop up over here. Whoops, sorry, I bumped my mic. It'll pop up over here, my little example I had made. Just find a cute photo of an animal and recreate it as a little drawing if you would like. Oh, Julie, thank you for resubscribing. Welcome back. Have you enjoyed continuing to rotate with us? Yippee. Many a shroomate here today. Yay. Looking forward to the internship, but the system has been down, so I haven't been able to make my contract yet. Oh, good luck, Nano. Work is so tough. Thank you for the character design document. Of course. It's my time to job hunt to work on art and making my own PGTuber for streaming, get a live 2D. Oh, good luck. Good luck. Let's see, what else did I have? Or was that it? That actually might be, oh, final housekeeping. I'm whispering to you. I'm whispering to you in the effort of keeping secret. I don't think we've succeeded in this being a secret. That's okay. It's more worthwhile to do nice things than it is to maintain them as a secret. So, there is a shroomate who we are making a little card for, to express our care and our wishing of well. A beloved fella, member of the community, if you would like. There is an area in the Discord server where you can say a little note or you can leave a little drawing and I can add it to a little card for them. So if you go to announcements in the Discord server, that will be where you can find it. So it is worthwhile to do. I would like if we all did it. And I'm going to deliver this card, hopefully, at the end of this month. So now we have, like, I think like a little more than a week left to do something for it. So please make sure you do it. Thanks. Please extend a little bit of kindness to our shroommates. Moobot, what'd you do? Oh, Moobot did not like that quantity of question marks. I'm sorry, Z Milky Way. Moobot did not like that one. Hence, that is why everyone is shaking Moobot. Also, Dungeon Slime, welcome back. Thank you for resubscribing. I hope you enjoy continuing to rotate with us too. Yippee! I break this line of shaking Moobots to rotate. Don't worry, you don't have to be sorry. Sometimes Moobot's just a little overzealous sometimes, and I've told it to not nuke people for stuff like that, but it just doesn't listen to me. Moobot is lawless, unfortunately. So don't worry about it. It's okay. It happens to the best of us. What's the question mark limit? I actually have no idea what the limit is. I've told Moobot that it should allow things as long as there's not like 50 of them, but apparently you didn't use 50 question marks, I don't think. It may be goofy. Oh, I leveled the sub up, but I think it was still subscribed. Oh, you leveled it up, huh? Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate it. I don't always read. Either way, thank you, Dungeon Slime. I appreciate it. Time to test 49 of them. I will say, Moobot tends to ignore also people who are subscribed breaking its rules. Can I test it? I mean, you can if you don't mind Moobot nuking you again. Just be careful. Moobot should not have the right to ban people for doing that, but you have my consent if you want to send question marks. I don't care. Moobot's acting without my, without my permission anyway. It happens to the best of us, so what can you do? Oh, Bear Named Circus, thank you for following. I appreciate it. I don't, I'll try. You can try. It's not safe, but you can try. I've posted multiple links before and never got in trouble. Yeah, for some reason, certain people, it just like, let's do it. Oh, yep, hang on. Yep, Moobot did not like that one. Unban you if Moobot does. Thank you, Rex. Yep, that was too many question marks. There you go, so 10 seems fine. 10 seems acceptable. Selma's mocking Moobot by being British. Intriguing. So Selma, you're fine, I guess. Yeah, Moobot is nice to people who are subscribed for no particular reason. I will say Nightbot on YouTube lets you kind of do whatever, though. Kat, I see that you are trying to test it. It'll probably let you do whatever you want. Oh, hang on. Moobot is still not letting you do whatever that was. 20. There does seem to be a limit somewhere in there. There you go. Okay. 20. Keep your question marks to 10 or less, maybe. Thank you for doing some, like, actual genuine data acquisition here for us today. Yeah, there's a science to it. But Selma was allowed to do 40, so I don't know. I guess there's no limit if you're subscribed. How strange. Don't need more warnings. Totally fair. Totally and completely fair. Hi. Hey, anyways, why don't I get us started, maybe? It has been 34 minutes. Oh, Striker, thank you for resubscribing. Also, hang on, more rotation. I hope you enjoy continuing to rotate with us, Striker Venom. Thank you. Maybe Moobot needs a stern talking to. Listen here. Listen here, you Moobot. I'm pointing over here because this is where Moobot appears. Listen here, man. Listen to me, okay? You are supposed to serve under me in the Shroom State as one of my arbiters of the good word of EG. Why do you not listen to me? I don't know. Can I understand Squeegee's? Like, Squeegee's hiccups? Oh, man. Do you guys remember when I got hiccups? That was like a year ago, I feel like. Oh, man, it definitely was a year ago. Do you remember that stream? It was Gardic Phone. The Gardic Phone stream that never ended. Where we were looking through albums for like 2 hours or so. And I got hiccups and I couldn't get rid of them. Oh, hang on. Ked did find, I guess, the upper limit of what I didn't think Nightbot actually nuked people for stuff like that. Ked, let me make sure that it didn't actually fully remove you. Oh, I guess you're fine. It just warned you not to do that. How goofy. Evil Moobot emote? We do have a Moobot emote, which is we can jostle the Moobot. Mayhaps. There we go. So then my only other, I guess, housekeeping piece before I actually move into things is that, funny to say this after all of that is that, I have the flu. Joby and I were not quick enough with our, flu vaccinations this fall. Joby got it from their students and had it last weekend. And then I immediately caught it from them. So Joby last weekend was out for the count, and slept for 2 straight days, and that was mostly fine after. And then this weekend was my turn. I was in bed all day Saturday and most of the day yesterday. I feel mostly normal today, I will say. I still have a little bit of fever, which God better go away by the time Thursday and Friday important things come along. But like, I'm a little stuffy in the nose, so if I sound like a little unusual, that's why. My energy is also not where it usually is, but I'm doing my best. We'll see. So I'm doing okay. I feel all right. But I did just want to warn you, I will probably have to mute myself a couple times to do a little honk into a tissue, so it'll be okay. Try that long sleep strat. Oh yeah, I slept most of the days over the weekend. Let me tell you, E.g. the pool, E.g. the pond, what is your wisdom? Zinc lozengers. That's my wisdom. Let me tell you, I don't know if there is any actual proof that zinc lozengers do anything. I don't know. I'm not a doctor. However, let me tell you, I swear to you, if I take, like the first day I feel like I'm starting to get sick, if I take 2 or 3 zinc lozengers, I end up only being sick for like 3 or 4 days, and then I'm totally normal after. Is that maybe placebo effect, where because I'm in good spirits about it and think I'm gonna get better quicker, I do get better quicker because I'm not down in the dumps about being ill? Maybe. There is proof? Oh wait, is there really? Zinc is the equivalent of steroids for your immune system. Oh hell yeah! Hey, that works. There's my wisdom. If you start getting sick, like immediately when you first start getting symptoms, take zinc lozengers. Take a couple of them. It's like magic. It's lovely. So I think that's why, despite me, Saturday, I was wrecked. I was down for the count. Despite the fact that I'm now better now. Whoa! Hey! Chili, thank you for gifting 10 subs. What the heck? Manifesting good health. Thank you. Very kind. Can we rotate for Chili, pretty please? Wow, we've been doing a lot of rotation today. Thank you, good roommates. I'm getting a little dizzy for a Monday. When I battled my Fitbit. Good work on that also. Yippee! If you got spored by Chili, please say thank you. I see some shroommates in that list there. Yippee! Thank you. Many a new shroom today. Germs can't exist in zinc. Thank goodness they can. I will say I did burn the top of my mouth, or like the roof of my mouth on Friday, and taking a zinc lozenger when the roof of my mouth is like, oof, ouchie, pain. Not the best. That didn't feel good. But usually, zinc lozenge. Very good. That's the EG wisdom of the day. Yippee! So many shrooms were saved from ads today, so I hope that many a fellow is enjoying an ad-free experience today. But anyways, why don't I move us into our critiques? I forgot to open the rubric. Whoopsie. How does getting spored work? Do we throw spores and it turns them into mushrooms? I think so. I think that's like, you know, some of these shrooms in the shroom state are like, haha, wee, and they like, yeah, toss a little bit of spores in your direction and they like coat you, and then the mushrooms grow on the surface of your skin maybe, or like take over your body and make you integrate into the hive mind, the mycelium that is the shroom state. And then as a result of that, you can like sink beneath the earth when the advertisements occur, and you could just hear me anyway, through magic and maybe also biology. Yeah. Pocket spores? Kind of, yeah. Not biological warfare. The people who are receiving of the spores do consent to receive the spores. They consent to receive it. It would only be warfare if we're using it against other enemy factions, and that'd be evil, and that would violate the Geneva Convention, and we are against violating the Geneva Convention here in the Shroom State, so no. Let me open my critique rubric. Because I didn't have it open. Rookie move on my part, but that's okay. Where's my mouse gone? I've lost it. There we go. What? Let's see. Can I bring it all the way back to the beginning, maybe? There we go. Okay. All right. Teleportation magic. 3, 2, 1. Mwah. Whoops, this is too wide right now. What happens if you gift it to somebody completely random? I think my channel is set to only give gifted subs to people who are following it. So I guess you could, if you specifically decided you wanted to gift a sub to somebody who is not following my channel, I think it still lets you. But I don't know. I guess being on Twitch is opening you up to the possibility of being forcibly brought into the shroom state, maybe. I don't know. 2 subs from channels I don't follow, which is so funny to me. Some channels, I believe it's something that the streamer themselves can set, is whether or not it'll gift subs to people who are members of your community or not. Some people may have it set so that it can gift to anyone. Mine, I think, is set so that it is not going to allow that to happen. I don't know. Isn't it a follower minimum? It could be. I don't know. Oh, Z Milky Way. Oh, wait, hang on. Chili, thank you for gifting us up to Z Milky Way. That was very kind of you also. Can we rotate more for Chili, please? What the heck? We've almost had 30 subs given today. That's crazy. What the heck? I'm not allowed to cry right now because I won't be able to breathe. It'll make my congestion worse. So I gotta be like normal. But thank you, fellas. Very kind, Monday. What the heck? Yay. War of kindness throws spores at you. Yeah. We're being like, hey, it's like rose petals almost. Like, you know, at a wedding when the kids go like, wah, yeah, and they like throw little like rose petals on the floor or like rice and stuff. It's good. It's positive. We enjoy it. Yeah, it's pretty. It's cute. It's not warfare. Just because people think about mushrooms as being dirty and originating in the earth and like taking over people's bodies does not mean it's bad or evil. Come on, we gotta get rid of the stigma around mushrooms. Which I will say, in later years, I first had an interest in mushrooms in like 20 or like 17 or something. And this is before mushrooms really hit the mainstream as being something cute and something cottagecore that you can buy merchandise of and you can buy plushies of and all of that cool stuff. When I used to tell people I liked mushrooms when I was in, I think I was in undergrad, they'd be like, ah, yeah, little shrooms. I'd be like, no, thumbs down, no. Because that was the only association people had with them back then. No, I like their form and their function and how cute and cool they look and how neat they are biologically. Shut up. Ah, got Dungeon Slime. Thank you for gifting more subs. What the heck? Thank you. If you got gifted a sub from Dungeon Slime or from Chili or for anyone today, please make sure you say thank you. Please also rotate a lot, shroommates, as thanks. Here, wait, I gotta adopt the, what is the Alive to Thrive method, which is the many of the different kinds of rotation, because we have all kinds of rotation. Here, do all of the rotating things we can do. Yay! Twitch tells you how many total subs you've given a channel. Yeah, it does! Which is why we've been counting down to Selma's 150th. So we'll figure it out. Yeah, mixed rotation, gang. Yeah. Gotta spice it up sometimes. Gotta have a little variety in ours. Wait, do you use Vignan? I do use Vignan. Marudo overwhelms me. Vignan's just a little more user-friendly for me. Yeah. People thought it was weird that I liked uncooked mushrooms. Literally, exactly. Until, like, 2022, I feel like just telling people that I liked eating mushrooms. People were like, ew, you like eating mushrooms? Like, that was already considered strange. What the heck? Mushrooms are cool and have always been cool, and I'm really happy that, you know, the mainstream has sort of gotten on board with it now. But man, it used to be tough to be a mushroom lover. But there is still some stigma about mushrooms, that they're dirty and unhygienic and not taken good care of and whatever may have you. It's fine. It's not cannibalism, Chili. I go over this every once in a while. It's only cannibalism if I were to eat another Caprinus comatus. For me to eat like a chanterelle or a portobello would be like you eating chicken. I am as closely related to them as you are to chickens and cows and pigs. It is no different. It is okay. Do not worry. I am not committing cannibalism. Mushrooms, the whole kingdom. It's not just like one type of little guy. It's a whole kingdom of creature that exists. Yeah. Another VNon user, same order overwhelmed me. Yeah, I'm a 3D modeler, so it would be worthwhile for me to learn it at some point, but I'm just comfy in VNon, so I didn't feel I need to change. It does everything I need it to do, and I don't need crazy atmospheric lighting or like anything like that it has. What I have now is plenty fine for me, so what can you do? People think they grow from mold. They don't grow from mold. Mold is a type of, is in the same kingdom, but it's not the same. They are not the same. Wow, can't believe you're all mammal cannibals. Yeah, exactly, that's what I'm saying. You're eating other mammals? Crazy! I say as somebody who doesn't eat mammals. I don't. I only eat a little bit of fish from time to time. Anyways, I need to lock us in and get us started here. So, I'm gonna take a bite of a cheese stick. Delicious cheese. What flavor cheese stick? Cheese. Cheese flavor. I think it's just low, like, skim mozzarella. Or, like, low moisture mozzarella, maybe. Yes. There we go. Okay. So. Hi! Shroommates, are you here for class? We yacked for almost 50 minutes. Let's take roll, and then I will actually start us. The taking of roll is usually how we get us onto the right track here, potentially. If only I had a working mouse. There we go. Who's here for class today? Let's see. If you're on Twitch, you can use the 1-point channel point redeem to say you're here. If you're on YouTube, you can also just say here. Let's see. Warped Karma, Chocorama, Incinda, Sandism, Star Heron, Panda Rose Marie, Missing Marble, Mad Bun, Seasonal Sade, Hoshi, Visuals, Siren? Mayhaps. If I mispronounce your name, I'm so sorry. I have a teacher debuff. Rex, Nilo, Chili, Thrive, Edward, Fern, Southern Lights, Nyabari, Bleak, Lamia. Wow, a lot of things have happened today already. Nocturne, Bun Cow, Billy, Summer, Nissa, Aknus, Ame, Stoopy, Doll, Continue scroll, Amber, Fiamestra, Dungeon Slime, Turk Bite, Beart, B-Art? I'm so sorry, I feel like I've never said your name correctly once. Please tell me how I can say it. Save me! It's the Milky Way! Mule and Sophie, Hikikomori, Zara, Moe QQ, Rosie Pops. Hello! Also, oh, I see I'm still being government named, sorry. I eventually stop government naming people, but sometimes it takes me a minute. So I used to full name Amber for the longest time. Also. Hi, Moss Cake, Game Loser, Iris, Official Jade's Workshop, Memority. Hi! That's correct, but just Turk works. Hell yeah, okay, got it. Love me called Warped Korma 6,471. I'd probably say it is 6471 instead. Not the full naming. Sorry. I eventually stopped full naming certain people. Some people I just full name forever though, and I don't know why I've never stopped full naming them. Like, I'm making an effort to not full name Panda Rose Marie and Thrive. But like, there's still people who I do after like years and years. I say years and years, it's probably been a year. Probably just one. Oh, hi Nano! You're also here! Yippee! Cute and serious turn mine to Chili. Noted. Didn't full name me and I'm not mad, just like this emote. Fair. Can be called Star instead of Southern Lights, please? Sure. I have to remember there's a way that I can change what your names show up to me as, and I have to remember how to do it because I wanted to do it for Mythic a while ago, Mythic Shogun, and somebody else too, but I couldn't remember how to do it because I currently have someone else I have. Oh, I'm Manzana, whose name in here is not Manzana, but I have Manzana's name changed in here, and I don't know how to do it anymore. Click on the name, you can add a nickname. I tried doing it, but it might just be that the overlay doesn't let me do it that I have, because my only options are block and report right now if I click on names. It might be because I'm live. If I'm not live, I might be able to change them, but we're not gonna worry about it right now. Yeah. Little bear toy always confuses me. Secrets! Manzana is very sneaky. Anyway, getting started. This is our rubric that we use for character design critiques. I, as a teacher, have made this so that I can be as objective and unbiased as possible when we look at designs. So, I can give a design up to 2 points in each of 5 categories, which are color palette, silhouette, complexity versus clarity, focal points, concept, and motifs. This is week 2 of our trial run of the rubric 2.0. The main changes to 2.0 is that we have changed the way that we are dealing with complexity versus clarity and color palette, where any issues we might have coming from visual contrast are going to now fall within color palette. Meanwhile, complexity and clarity mostly just deals with level of detail now, but I'll still go through what full points versus no points is here. So, color palette. To get full points for color palette, it should be cohesive and interesting and work from a distance. The color should support the focal point. You will receive no points for your color palette if there's major instances of low contrast, clashing, overwhelming choices. If I think that your hues and values just need to be altogether revisited. If I'm slapping you with color layers left and right, no points. 4. Silhouette. The silhouette should be unique and easily identifiable in and of itself. Think of Miku. Think of Mario. Think of those fellas. They have silhouettes which we can use to determine that they are exactly who they are just in and of themselves. That's all we need, is to see the silhouette and we know who it is. That's what you should want and you should aim for in any character design, more or less. It helps them to be icons. It helps them to stand out. So, you will get full points if I can identify you by silhouette and silhouette alone. You will receive no points if your silhouette is so non-distinct or blob-like that I just can't tell who or what you are in any capacity. So, for complexity versus clarity to get full points, the level of detail should be appropriate to whatever type of media you are. So if you are live 2D versus 3D versus PNG, it might vary what the appropriate level of detail is. And those details should be specific and support the concept and the focal point. I should be able to turn you also into a marketable plushie without removing all of the unique little pieces that make you you. You will get no points in complexity versus clarity if your design is too distractingly complex or too simple to the point of genericness, or if I can't make you into a marketable plushie. Come on, Vtubers, you should all want to be plushies someday. You should all want to be plushies someday. It's so worth it. I would love to be a plushie someday. But I don't want to hold everybody hostage in one of those, like, you have to get 250 pre-orders to make it real type of situation, so I'm waiting on that one. Someday we'll have marketable plush EG, God I hope, but I don't want to hold you hostage for it. So, focal points. In order to get full points, the primary focal point should be well executed. The primary focal point should be your face. It is how we make a connection with viewers. You look at my big old eyes, they are the window to my soul. It makes me hashtag relatable to you. There can be other focal points that can be secondary or tertiary. Sorry, that made a weird mouth noise. I hope you didn't hear that. There can be secondary focal points, but the primary focal point should be the face. More specifically, even the eyes, but if it's the face, that's fine. You will get no points for focal point if the primary focal point is not at all focal due to low contrast, over or under detailing in other areas, or just if it's just being completely outcompeted by other areas. Finally, concept and motifs. You can get full points for your concept if it is clearly, creatively, and thoroughly explored. It should be supported by motifs, and the conceptual aspects should be identified visually. This means I should be able to determine things like your personality, what type of content you plan to make, any cultural backgrounds, what type of species you are, what your occupation is, things like that, just by looking at you. If I cannot do that, if I can't do any of that just by looking at you visually, no points. Also, if the concept is underdeveloped or non-existent, no points. We've seen a number of concepts that could use to have a little bit more layering to them, where they're a little bit one note, and that's going to start pushing them further down this end of the scale, unfortunately. Maybe. So, There are also a potential of 3 bonus points. You can get 1 bonus point for having a very compelling, unique, or otherwise well-executed concept. You can get a bonus point for a unique, exciting art style, or you can get one for me putting it on the fridge, which just means I like them. These are the fellows who end up in the thumbnail, usually. Yeah! Yippee! Hang on, what is all going on here? E.g. beach ball? What? Wait, that's actually, I'm writing that down immediately. Can you imagine my, like, rotate redeem as being, like, a beach ball? Hang on, that would be so fantastic. I'm putting that in my list. Beach ball. God, I'd have to find a manufacturer for that. My current list of weird stuff that I want to have merch of, that it seems like currently impossible, but I would love to have someday. I would love to have a Squiiji slime that looks like my, like, hair slime, where it's like that sort of, like, transparent green a little bit. If it was a little iridescent, that'd be cool. People wanted mushroom keycaps. My hair as an umbrella would be really sick. Themed perfume with a custom bottle. I think Nyla was the one who inspired that one. And then also hot chocolate mushroom-shaped marshmallows. I'm putting beach ball on that list right now. That would be so funny. Who said that? Was that from you, Selma? That's a fantastic idea. That's so silly. Selma, you should be like a merch advisor, I feel like. You came up with such a good merch idea for Otakon. I feel like you somehow have a calling in that field. Getting smacked by the EG ball. Watch out! We need a pillow. How would I wonder how I can make a pillow. I wonder, have you guys seen those little keychains they make where they print out like an image on felt and then it's like plushy where it's the same image on the front and back and then on the inside between them? Oh, Chokorama said pillow. Good thought, Chokorama! Pillow would also be interesting, but I don't know how I'd feel about, me being a pillow. I don't know. I feel like that's just plushie adjacent maybe, which might be an easier way of making that exist. We'll see. Maybe. And don't worry, I haven't forgot the EG earring idea. That haunts me constantly because I have samples. I have samples for the EG earrings. They're acrylic earrings that are gold. Like, they're literally my earrings. They're exactly what my earrings are. But the manufacturing costs, to complain about the country I live in for like the 5th time today. Because of import, I can't actually afford to make the initial investment to buy them any longer. It would be so it wouldn't be financially anything. I would be selling at a loss, if I actually were to purchase them, unless I were to be charging you like $30 for a pair of earrings, which like, that feels like theft. They are acrylic. I would not charge you $30 for acrylic earrings. Insanity. Do they do print on demand? I mean, the earrings aren't printed. The earrings are like a physically manufactured, I believe they're laser cut, thing. But I don't think that they, do them on demand. I have to buy them like as like a batch, and I have to buy 100 pairs at once minimum. In order to be able to do that, and I would be doing fulfillment myself. I never found any way to do on demand for the earrings because it was just too specific. But yeah, that has in fact destroyed me. Could you cast them yourself and just buy raw brass? Damn, that's crazy. I do have experience in bronze casting. So that's not completely unfeasible, but that would also still be expensive. Buying raw brass is still not financially fantastic. Maybe make a 3D print file and share that with us. I do have a 3D print file.
Parent,
I could give that to you, I guess.
Would you turn me into a marketable plushie? I'd love to have a mini-me plushie.
Okay, make a good plushie too. Then we'd have to decide whether we want EG plushie or Gary plushie, because I doubt we could get both, unfortunately. Whoa, what the heck? It keeps going. Chili, thank you for gifting more subs. What the heck? Earring. Chili said, I want to fund the earrings. Thank you, Chili. I appreciate it. Oh, I can't reach my rotate emote because it's blocked by the overlay. Hang on. Wait, there we go. I got it. Wait. Rotate for Chili, please. Thank you for rescuing so many people. here's the thing. So that is one of the projects I was talking about. If I get work, if I manage to find other work, I would potentially be more likely to be able to afford the initial cost of just getting the earrings here. So that may open up as a possibility if I manage to get this position, potentially. EG earrings out of Shrinky Dinks. Oh my gosh, we could make EG Shrinky Dinks, maybe. Find some people in the US with laser cutters you could team up with. Hi, Bleak. Interesting suggestion you've made there. I have the files for laser cutting. I was not able to find anyone who I could do it with in the US when I was previously looking, but actually... Interesting. Intriguing. Even. Brass wire instead of cast brazen into a ring. I think, Endurium, you were overassuming what kind of, time and abilities I have with, jewelry making, maybe. But I am thinking about if I could find a US person, maybe. Yeah. That could be fine. Don't mean to be pushy or rude, but is this a 1 hour intro? You're not being pushy or rude. This is just how we are, though. I am a yapper, and that is how it goes here. I usually have an hour of just chatting before we actually get to what we're doing. This is accounted for, but I should focus and get to what we're doing for. That's just what we do. I know a person or two. I also might know a person or two. Thinking. Intriguing. Okay. Thank you, Bleak, for reminding me of the fact that there may or not be resources at my disposal. Intriguing. Anyways, so why don't we get started? Why don't we get started? Okay, I'll expect it. Yeah, if you're not down for the app, you can just show up to stream an hour late, but I feel like most of the streammates are here for the app. They like just listening to me talk about miscellaneous nonsense for an hour or so. Anyways, we went over the rubric. Why don't we get started? First model. I love this. This is so sick. I've had this one saved and downloaded for so long, and was chomping it to bits to get to talk about this design. This is Coco. She, her. Coco does art. One of your any suggestions for the colors of my Chia Pet girl? Talk about fantastic ideas for merchandise. If you could get an actual, like, Chia Pet adjacent thing made of your head, that would be so fantastic. I don't know, but hang on. Something about the colors aren't sitting well with me, but I don't know why. Because the coloring in some parts are a bit messy. I'll clean up for the final design. Conceptually, this is so smart. This is fantastic. Using, like, the Chia Pet, like, texture of Chia plants as being congruent for, like, a, like, very coily hair texture or, like, very tight curl hair texture is fantastic. It's so clever. It's so smart. I love to see it because conceptually, I had no trouble determining that that is what you are just from looking at you, because the other thing is that you've given yourself a skin tone that is very, like, terracotta-y. And I feel like, let me just look them up just to make sure I'm not wrong. I swear Chia Pets used terracotta. Because terracotta is very absorbent. Yeah, hang on. Yes, they do. So they use terracotta because it's absorbent, so it holds water. Oh my god, I'm seeing an Ice Spites Chia Pet right now. These are so good. But this is such a smart idea, and it's so cute too. I will warn you that you probably can't call yourself a Chia Pet VTuber because of legal reasons, maybe. I'm not giving legal advice. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not in any right to do so. If you don't get astronomically huge, the company of Chia Pets likely will not strike you down, but do be careful. They can own the name Chia Pet, but they cannot own the concept of putting chia seeds on something to grow them. So there is some in between there, but yeah, the name is probably trademarked. So do just be careful there. Yeah, Chia, Golem may or may not have some connotations I have found out in my later years, but yeah, you could just be a Chia VTuber. They can't own Chia. That's just a type of plant. Chia doll. Yeah, yes. Potential options there. So do be careful about that. But right off the bat, you've got a little bit of a plant motif I can see sort of throughout the design as well that goes beyond just the Chia angle. Got some nice mosses growing on the shoulders, giving you some nice, gentle, believable asymmetry. Your hair, just these like sort of front locks are very nice. Oh, the baby hairs are so cute too. Locks in the front of the hair, giving you a little bit of asymmetry. You have your shirt, which I believe is like one of those bandana type of shirts. Which is also very cute for just proportioning. It feels like, it's like one of those things where, do you know people who, I don't want to say hippie inspired, but like outdoorsy people love the bandana as a top situation. It's popular in like Survivor shows and stuff like that. So thematically, it does also make sense for somebody who is plant-based to have a top that is that type of style. Same deal with having some nice big like baggy pants that we have free movement. Makes sense. Yeah. Oh wait, hang on. We didn't do our gotcha or bingo. Hang on. I'm so out of sorts. If you want to play bingo, here's bingo. Bam. Have bingo. And then, secondarily, let me also make sure this is not going to unpin itself. Yep, there we go. Thank you. There we go, and I'll pin this here. Thank you for pinning it, mods. And then, also, predictions. We'll do the usual prediction for how many designs I'll get through in one stream. Let's see. How many mods will we crit today? 4, 5, 6, or 7, and you have the next 20 minutes to guess. Go. I've gotten pretty quick at setting that up, thankfully. But I have to do YouTube now, too. How many designs will we get through this week? What? 4, 5, 6, 7. Go. Okay. Doesn't look like a very secure top covering, but I guess it works if you're going to be doing backflips or something. I mean, just don't do backflips, maybe. Is there an option for 3? No. I will do more than 3. I am certain I will get more than 3. Also, I need to get my own bingo card. I've never done that few in a stream, I don't think. I think the lowest I've ever done was 4. So I should be okay. Ikuniu, thank you for following. I appreciate it. How many green VTubers do you have for the lineup? I always have 7 prepared. I always have 7. So, conceptually, design makes sense. I can see that you are definitely a chia pet without any trouble whatsoever at all. And look at the cute, the way that the laces are tied where they're put off to the side of the feet makes them feel like butterfly wings, which is also so cute. Just as like a little bit more of a natural world type of reference, and the design, isn't that so cute? Bandana tops are not stable and fall down a lot. Okay, but also, this is a VTuber. She does not exist, so we can just sort of abandon our attachment to reality on that one in some capacity, because it's a cute style of shirt. And also, yeah, I know, that's fair, but just for like everyone else to hear, we can sort of abandon reality in some capacity, where this is a unique, interesting style of shirt. If you were actually wearing a bandana shirt, the tie would probably be in the back if these are in the front too, but putting the tie more off to the side so we can see it, so it adds to silhouette, adds something to the design as well, which is nice. Star shoe. It does seem like there's a secondary star motif happening here. We've got stars on the shoes. We have almost like a crescent moon being formed by this thing hanging around the neck as the pendant. We have more stars as little details on the bandana. And then little flowers is the eye highlights, and also the little design on the hair bandana. Also, the septum piercing is stars too, so I'm interested what the star motif is in combination with chia plants. But you know, it does help things from just being a little bit one note. If it was only plant elements, it might feel too repetitive. So having a little more variety can be good. Does that asymmetry in the top and arm help the symmetry in the shoes work? I would say so. Often shoes being symmetrical is a-okay, because very unusually do we ever encounter shoes that are asymmetrical out in the wild. Most shoes are made symmetrically, potentially. We can have some natural asymmetry in shoes often, with like laces being posed differently, but leaving shoes symmetrical is usually sort of okay. Maybe it's just nighttime. That could be true. It's just another element of the natural world that we're incorporating into the design here, maybe. I could see that as making sense. Maybe. Folks painting their shoes. Huh? What do you mean? Oh, if they paint their shoes. Yeah, I guess that is true. And sometimes they'll have like asymmetrical patterning on them, but more often than not, I would say shoes are usually symmetrical, which is okay. I'm also willing to bet or make a guess. A lot of the times when I see VTubers who have like very specific piercings or also very specific freckles, I'm willing to bet usually that they are direct references to the individual themselves. And I love to see those types of things because they do help to add a little bit more personality and something a little bit more unique sometimes to a design. So I'm willing to bet that that's where these little freckles on the face and the septum piercing and the lip ring are coming from. Also the eyebrow piercing too. So I do love to see that also in a design. It helps add a little bit more naturalism sometimes to them. A little more detail sometimes. But I do think we could probably exaggerate some of these just a little bit in the face, just because it's a little bit hard to... It's just a little bit hard to see them from a distance. Why is the forehead squiggly? Are you talking about this? These are baby hairs. Posing of like the little hairs around the edge of the face. Is that what you're talking about? Like they're sage braids. What do you mean by sage braids? Is that what you're calling these things? Oh, are you saying... Oh, wait, sage. Sage. Is that what this is made of? Is this the type of plant that it is? Is sage? Interesting. I do appreciate that they're asymmetrical also. Let me see. I feel like immediately I can say that as far as concept goes, this works perfectly to me. You are a chia plant VTuber, and I have no trouble with telling that immediately. The only other thing that I think might be kind of fun is since you are already made out of something earthy, and especially if you're trying to distance yourself from the brand of chia, you could go the like, chia terracotta doll. We often associate other types of ceramic with being dolls through the, case of like porcelain dolls and stuff like that. I don't know if I've ever seen particularly a terracotta doll, but that might just be something interesting if you're looking for another layer to add to the design, where you could have the little like thing where, your arm like tucks in just a little bit and we can see that there's like a ball socket in here. Whoop, hang on, if only I would draw like a good line there. You can see it like in there, and then you can see like this like top edge. I haven't done a really fantastic job of drawing that, but see what I mean? But that might just add another interesting angle here, perhaps, especially if you're trying to distance yourself just a little bit. Yeah, it looks like sage or rosemary. It could be either, I will say. This is neither of the types of plants that I am particularly skilled at identifying based on sight. I can identify cilantro on sight, but I don't think this is cilantro. It would be interesting if all the plants here are ones people eat also, because people do eat chia. They eat chia seeds, I believe. Do they eat them once they sprout? I don't know. But they do eat chia seeds. If this is sage, that is something people use to cook. The purple flowers remind me a little bit of lavender, but I don't think that's how you would draw lavender. So I'm not sure. But it might be interesting. Chia seed pudding. Ah, yeah. But just as like potentially, you don't have to do this, which is why I gave you full points for concept. You don't have to add this to the joints, but it might just be fun if you did. Also, rare thing to bestow, but I do think that the immediate reaction that I had to this was, oh my god! I was thinking that is so clever. I think you are deserving of the compelling, unique, or well-executed concept extra bonus point as well, which I don't give very often. And I did give you goes on the fridge too. You are in the thumbnail. So already 2 bonus points, which is crazy. Focal point. Let's see. For me, the focal point here, there are reasons why the focal point should be the face, specifically because this brighter pink for this headband is only used in this part of the body. However, I do think that I am looking here first to the chest, because I think this is the darkest thing that is occurring in the design, maybe? One of the darkest things that's occurring in the design. And it's also a really big flat area of a reddish color. And there's a lot of detail happening in this center of the body region where, yeah, there's a lot of detail happening in the hair, but the detail here is happening in a lot more colors. where the detail here is all sort of one flat green with maybe just little tiny bits of purple. Here we have this like burgundy almost, with a brighter pink, with a gold, with green, with purple. There's a lot more detail happening in this center region here, and therefore as a result, my eyes are sort of distracted there. Yeah, darkest than the opposite yellow in the center. Yeah, this yellow I don't think occurs really anywhere else either, so we might just need a little bit more. I'm trying to figure out what I would even add to the face to make it more focal. It might be that if we were to swap, let's see. I just want to try this for a second. This might be too close to the skin color, but if this gold were up here, what does that do? Okay, I don't think that helps. Let me try this color, but then maybe if it had some sort of like gold patterning on it, maybe? So that way, that gold isn't only located right there. So like if, I don't know, what kind of pattern would I want to do? Make the gold brighter. We could make the gold brighter. Like it did with stars. Oh, gold stars. That would make sense. There are stars in other places. I'm just sort of drawing them generally. Make them relate to the way the clothing is folding perhaps a little bit more. Did it not have stars already? It had little flowers on it, but they were really, really tiny as details. So they weren't really bringing our eye to look up here so much. We could even like repeat the way that this has little bits of that like brighter pink going on too, maybe. Let's see, is that helping? Actually, I don't even know if that's even helping. I fear we might have to change the color of this in order for that to work properly. Maybe it's gonna be more planty since they're green. Potentially also, yeah. Terracotta dolls were more common where the clay was more abundant, like how porcelain dolls started before getting picked up by aristocrats. Ah! Interesting. I see. Make the gold nose ring brighter. We could. I will say the gold accessories on the face don't have a lot of contrast right now. I see they have this brighter gold for their palette, which might just be like a highlight color. But I do think we could benefit from some of these accessories just being a little bit brighter on the face too. Let's see. That does help a little bit, maybe. Switching the top and pants color. Oh, if we switch the top and the pants color, that would make the primary color of the palette be the red as opposed to the green. I think the saturation of all the colors is too similar. The really? Hang on. So let me just do a couple of things here. So new correction layer. I'm gonna take all the saturation out. So there isn't a lot of really bright elements, which may be something we can do in the face to make the face more focal. Because we would have something brighter around the face area, which I think it already had before I got rid of it. Oh, but see, this is very similar to the skin colors. We could push this even brighter, maybe. This. What if it was a brighter color so there's more distance between it and the skin color? I wonder if this is going to be the solution. Hang on. Let me copy and paste this. That might not be the exact right color, but now that there's more variation, that already is working better. Yeah. Yeah. That might not be the exact right color, but I do think that that is going to pop a lot more. Whoops, also did color the eyebrow piercing. Whoopsie, hang on. That's okay. Ah, there we go. Oh, hang on, I gotta blow my nose. Where's the mute button on my mic these days? Oh, there. Hello? Can we hear again? There we go. I did mute. I muted myself so I could blow my nose. I do think the pink is good. Yes, I do think the pink is good. I do think that we would still also benefit from having some brighter gold accents on this area also. Even if you wanted to continue to have flowers, I do think that they just need to be bigger. They were just too small before to read from much of a distance. There we go, and then we could still use like one of these darker colors to be some of the details, but that's more focal for sure already. Nope, it's still doing it. What's the... I thought I fixed this, but I guess not. Sorry, I've been silenced. I will take a drink, though. Where did the kissy mouth come from? On Friday, for some reason, some of my objects don't work. And for some reason, since they don't work, it's making my mouth shut. It's a new and exciting bug. Chia seed flowers can get very bright purple. Ah, so maybe we could brighten the purple. Or are they in the hair? Because they've been made much darker. Chia flowers? And leave things darker in other parts of the body. Oh yeah, they do get kind of saturated. That's what chia flowers look like? They look... Wait. I've definitely had chia growing somewhere that I lived before. Like, for sure, without a shadow of a doubt. Intriguing. Interesting. Hang on, that might not be purple enough. Hang on. Like that. Or maybe some of them could be brighter. Around the head, too. Not necessarily all of them. But just a couple of little brighter flowers might be nice. These pieces that are hanging down around the edge of her face are what the chia flowers look like when they fully grow. So it might be nice to have just a couple ones that are a little bit brighter here too. My other thought here is that if you were to make one of these shorter, I almost feel like you should make the leaves start up a little bit higher on it too. Hang on. Wow, this is a much thicker line than what you were using. There we go. To really sell that asymmetry too. Yeah, it's like Lavender's cousin almost. Yeah. New feature. Yeah, not a bug, it's a feature. Now EG gets randomly sent to the void and cannot speak for miscellaneous points of time, unfortunately. Make her plants more plant-like. We could make her plants more plant-like. Her pants more plant-like. Say that 10 times fast, maybe. To make her pants more plant-like, I'm wondering if we could just give it a more mossy texture, where, like, if the edges just had a little bit more, like, wobble to them. And they were rounder as opposed to being so angular. That might help just a little bit immediately. I'm also interested by the stuff that's growing in the moss right now, because, I am a moss connoisseur, let me tell you. As somebody who spends a lot of time looking at the ground, particularly more Pardon me, I was trying to tell you that I'm a moss connoisseur, and what grows out of moss, the little like fruiting bodies that they have look sort of like this. So you could have like little like mossy like fruiting bodies sprouting off of different points of the pants or something for interest, of course, if we want to have something that's a little bit more referential to plants, maybe happening from place to place, where it's this like little tiny stalk that has a little rounded piece at the end of it, which might be cute. So we don't have to do a ton with the pants. I feel like one of the things that excels about this design is that, you know, the pants don't have to have a ton of detail to them. They might need just a little bit more specificity, but by leaving them a little bit more general, we're allowing for the detail in the upper body to be more interesting and to grab our attention more. The only thing for me might be if the pockets were handled more specifically. Like, these pockets are really low. I'm wondering if these are like cargo pants or like what type of pants they are particularly. Because then if they are a cargo pant, you could have like pockets off the side of them, which might make sense. Cargo pants tend to feel a little bit more like tactical or like something you'd wear if you're going in the great outdoors to do things. If you're an outdoorsy kind of person, they're sort of practical, but you don't have to. But these pockets feel just a little bit non-specific right now, and I'm not sure. The pockets were shaped like chia flowers too. The way individual chia flowers are shaped, I'm having a hard time determining, because a lot of the photos show them in clusters. And it seems like the individual chia flowers themselves are sort of shaped... Ooh, hang on. Shaped like... this. They remind me a little bit of lobelia. They're shaped like that. So I bet we could get a more floral reference to the pocket shape itself if we wanted to also. Even if it was just like a generic, like... one of these. Although it might feel a little bit too frilly. Hang on. I'm trying to think. How might I do that? Or do you mean like if they were just like leafy, like the other parts were too? If they were like this and then had that black outline on them and then had little bits of the flowers in them too, that could also make sense. Yeah, Bleak, it is entirely the fault of my Otakon work that I know what lobelia looks like now. Despite being a flower that grows where I live, I never knew that that was A, what it was called, or B, what it looked like. But I'm so glad that I was able to expand my horizons as far as flower familiarity goes. This is why research is always good for character design. You learn many a new thing that'll follow you forever. But yeah, those could be more leaves that reference the other parts too. Let's see. The other thing that I am thinking that might be something that could go either way here too is we could use to, if we're really going for like being outdoorsy and stuff like that, we could put a little bit more wear and tear and dirt in the design. But just because you're outdoorsy doesn't mean that you're somebody who is getting dirty either. Like, some people take very good care of themselves when they're outside. So that would be up to whatever this particular person, whatever Coco prefers, probably. But it's not a bad idea if they would be, if she would be interested in having a little bit more dirt somewhere. Yeah, okay, so what are we not talking about? Okay, focal point we were trying to work on, because the focal point was not the face. It was definitely the chest, unfortunately. But what we have to do to make the face focal is just add brighter values around the face, perhaps. Overall, the model was not super high contrast, but there are at least a couple of steps of value between a lot of elements. I'm not having trouble reading the edges of anything either. And you're saying that you have something about the colors isn't sitting well for you. Shroommates, is there anything in particular about these colors that isn't working for you? Other maybe than my change. I'm not sure that this is the exact right pink to have added here for the hair, for the, what do we call it, the bandana that's around the hair, rather, but these colors work more or less okay for me. Nothing's jumping out at me that is disharmonious, and the, specifically, like, orangey undertone to the skin with this, like, burgundy color and these earthy greens is very comforting to me. It feels very natural, yeah, warm and nice. I don't really have any trouble with them. Colors except the bandana are very similar in value. They are similar in value. I don't think that's too big of an issue that I'm having here, though, because they have enough contrast through their saturation, maybe. It just looks like my screen brightness is too low, maybe a touch more saturated. Higher exposure, maybe. Golds are too close to the skin tone. Yeah, I do think the golds are maybe just a little bit too close to the skin tone. So we could push the color of the gold a little bit, but the saturation isn't bothering me either. People are saying it might be too low saturation. This is going for something that is a little bit more earthy, more grounded. If it's feeling a little bit too dark, it might just be because there's not a lot of brighter values contrasting it the way that you might be expecting. So if we push some of these gold elements brighter, just a little bit. I don't want it to feel like yellow though, so I might have to desaturate it just a little bit. Hang on, I gotta find like the color that I want. There, that's probably fine. Desaturate that. And then for a couple other things that might be pushed a little bit brighter, that might make it feel less that way, but that might also be your screen versus my screen, because right now to me, these colors are more than 50% saturation, and I'm not having too much trouble with how dark they are. Oh yeah, this bracelet needs that gold. For sure. These little things I don't know about if they need this gold because it might make them too eye-catching. Let's see. Just a little bit. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, gold brighter with the bracelet changed the focal point. Ooh, maybe a little bit, but I didn't really make the gold that's here match all the way. And then there were other colors on top of this that were doing something, although that might just increase the contrast too. I don't know if that's too bad. I think it's okay. A bit more brightness, feels low contrast. That could be something also of just a layer, new correction layer, low correction, where we could just push a couple of the values brighter. Whoops, hang on. Brighter, not darker. There we go. Excuse me? Actually, hello? What? What happened? Hello? Excuse me, what was that? Why did I send her to the Shadow Realm? What? There we go. Push her a little bit brighter, maybe. I don't want to be changing some of those values, though. Like, that, maybe. Maybe. Hang on. Does that feel a little bit better? So bright it turned black. Very curious. The layer just fully gave up. Could we inject a few lichens for a bit of contrast, maybe? You could inject a few lichens, maybe, if you want. If you are interested in injecting lichens. That would be adding a little bit of fungi to the mix, maybe. I feel like I am not having as much trouble with contrast as you guys are with this one. Where for me, I'm willing to accept a slightly lower contrast situation here for the colors because of the vibe that they are going for. I'm trying to go for relaxed and sort of earthy, but I could maybe put it here if we're saying it needs a little more variety, perhaps. Also, Maglers, thank you for following. Sorry, I'm a little bit late on reading that message. I was trying to lock in to do grading. Silhouette, finally. Man, one of these days I'll be smart enough to do silhouette first, but it's not today. Bam, now you get voided, but on purpose this time. There we go. Okay. I would say, first and foremost, I'm very appreciative of the fact that the concept is reaching the silhouette a little bit. In the hair shape, we can see the asymmetry of the two sort of like face framing pieces of hair in the front. Some of the plant elements that are growing around the body add to the silhouette. The shoelaces add to the silhouette nicely. I do wish maybe there was slightly better visual weight here, where maybe there could be more exaggeration in the hair to make that wider, so that way we come from a wide point up to high, we narrow in for the body, and then shoot out more for the legs. Or, opposite, we could push some of these elements at the top in more, so that way we get more of a triangle shape. That's sort of picky. I would say that it's not too bad as far as silhouette goes. I'd say it's mostly identifiable, but there still could be more things added to it. Star-shaped chia hair. See, if the stars are an important point of the design, of the motifs, that might actually be fantastic. I am fully on board for that. Hang on, wait, get rid of these things. I'm gonna do my ladder test, and then we can see about adding that, because that might be all we need to make this a truly, truly distinct and memorable silhouette here. Slightly bigger line. There we go. Wah, wah, wah. Oh, those are sort of diagonals. There we go. And the shoulder things, the chin, the lips, the nose, and those blushes, the eyes, the edge of the hair, the top of the little, like, whoops, hits the Windows button. That's not what I wanted to do. Top of the bandana and the top of the hair. Who wants to climb that ladder? Certainly not I. Ouch. Yeah. Yeah. I would say not a particularly welcoming ladder that I would want to climb. Big old jump here, some diagonal movement in here, and then a lot of variety and much more clustering around the head. I would say this is a passing ladder for all intents and purposes. Turning these back on. We did add a little bit more interest to the silhouette of the pants by adding a little bit of mossy or like plant-y bits that shoot off the edge, the fruiting bodies, if you will. Ooh, May GG. Hey, are you ready for Maid Gigi to come back? Maid Gigi's gonna come back full-time in like 2 weeks. Crazy. You're gonna be stuck with me looking like this for a minute. Yes, I am too. Honestly, this design is so good that I'm sad that I only used it for such a short amount of time last year. Yeah, spoopy season is near, so I'm so happy to bring this back out of the closet. I'll be looking forward to it. But yeah, silhouette. The hair, if it was shaped into a star, might be so cute. I love seeing, there's a girl that I follow on TikTok who like, I don't know if sculpts her hair is the best way of putting it, but I think that's how she refers to it. She like shapes her hair sometimes into like letters or like stars or all kinds of crazy stuff, and I love seeing it. I keep her saved for like this exact reason of just like character design hair inspiration. Or yeah, like this could totally be, I'm not doing the greatest job of this ever, but like this could totally be star shaped in some capacity. And like one of those like really rounded stars maybe. And that might also make the head more focal too, because this is gonna feel more detailed. It might feel a little bit corny right now, but that could be very interesting to continue the star motif and also make the silhouette just a little bit more distinct too. Hair sculptor, I love her, is, I don't know if we're thinking the right person, but there's a couple people, but yeah, 4C hair is so interesting for like sculpting into shapes. It's so neat that it holds that kind of thing, like that kind of shape. I have the most, what is the polar opposite of that? Is it A1? Not steak sauce. I have hair so poker straight that if I tie it in a knot, it unties itself. My hair will not do anything without copious amounts of hairspray and all kinds of crazy stuff. It's so neat to me that there is hair that does. It's so cool. As images of her hair being letters used as replies. Yeah! Yeah. She's giving people like the L or like a W for things. Yeah, okay, I think we are thinking of the same girl. It's so cool. Yeah. So, I think that's most of the stuff we had to say about this design here. Whoops, I did turn off the details and the adjustment. So, silhouette. It's not bad. I think we do, you have some good asymmetry, but I think we are yearning for just a little bit more distinction. Despite the fact that you have a lot of stuff breaking the edge, I still feel like we could do more with it. You're making me yearn for more variety. And then complexity versus clarity, I think we just wanted you to interpret some of the elements more into the shape languages you're already using, where the pants felt just like a little bit generic. But honestly, everything else seems fine to me. I appreciate that you're a little more pared down as far as details go. So, works for me for the most part. I put you right there, maybe. So let's see. We got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 out of 10? Sounds good to me. That's not a 9. Good work, Coco! Can we get a round of applause for Coco, please? Good work, you're so cute. I was waiting for so long to get to talk about your design. You were in the folders for so long. We just needed one more green, and we finally did it today. So thank you for submitting. Yippee! All the round of applauses from the Shrewmates. Also, pumpkin letters. Thank you for following. I appreciate it. Also, hi, Innocent. I see you. Hair tangles so easily that each time I brush it, when I get to the top layer of hair, it's already tangling. My hair is so silky and straight, and I have very fine hair, that I don't even have to brush my hair. My hair does not tangle. It's not a thing it does. It just does its own thing, and no matter how hard I try to have any volume in my hair, it looks like it's painted on my head. It is my eternal suffering. I have to do so much to make it I didn't realize that Maid Gigi has a slightly darker skin tone than normal EG does. I didn't realize that. Snack time worked, but also did the lips thing. Yeah, I got the, like, actual thing of it throwing stuff to work again, but I don't know why it's still triggering lips. There's nothing set in that block of, like, the, what do you call them, in the node system in Vignon that is triggering those lips with that thing. I don't know what's triggering it. And it's so funny because I got most of the other stuff that wasn't working to work again, so I don't know why. There's always something, it seems like. Yeah, we did unlock a secret. I will take another bite out of my cheese stick. But we look at fern. Oh, also I didn't do any of my bingo. Let's see. I said maybe needs more dirt. We did have a plant or flower motif. Did not have giant sleeves, but there were giant pants. Not enough visual weight is something I did say. Dangerous ladder. I would say some of
Come
these
with
will
me
be
to the
helpful.
Emerald City. One short day in the Emerald City. Oh, I've always wanted to see the Emerald City. One short day in the Emerald City. One short day in the Emerald City. One short day full of so much to do. Every way that you look in this city, there's something exquisite you'll want to visit before the day's through.
Wow, beautiful song there, Gary. They really should cast you in The Wizard of Oz. You do fantastic, I am sure. He could read again? Yeah, he just gets shy a little bit. Sometimes, from time to time. He regained his tongue earlier. I just had to force it on him, unfortunately. What a combo, silenced and pelted. Yeah, I get a little torturing from time to time for fun. I was hoping that for the sake of bingo, I would have full paragraph concept explanation, but I do not as an option. I'm gonna read this to you, and then I'm gonna eat a little bit more string cheese. This is Fern Viver, she, her. I don't want to leave you 3 pages of lore, so the TLDR is that Fern is the reincarnation Vtuber. The reincarnation Vtuber. Wow, what a title. Using plant motifs to play into the life-death cycle, mainly angling for a fern motif throughout the design. Oh, okay. As they represent hope for future generations, eternal youth and new beginnings, primarily in New Zealand and a little in Japan. Okay. Recently, I've been thinking of playing into the river aspect of my lore more. I've been trying to find ways to add water elements in the design, but can't think of any good openings. I've also been tossing up the idea of adding more historical elements into her clothing, but I'm not sure how to do so without making it look too much like a costume. Maybe future designs could be based around different time periods. I'd like to keep her looking comfy, casual, a little more mature perhaps, like an older sister kind of character. So about resubmission. Oh, it's okay, don't worry about it. Yeah. So I initially, from having looked at you, I would not have guessed that there is a fern motif. I see one fern in the design, which is in the center of your overalls. But let me tell you, so I have a little bit of unique familiarity with many a fern because my mother is able to identify many a fern. Yeah, it seems more broadly garden or plant-based, but if you're intending to be referential of ferns, I think we need a lot more of it, because I wasn't particularly getting that angle. And I do see the play on words you're doing with your name, which isn't even a play on words. Your last name just means, I think, life, right? Or live. God, my vague knowledge of Italian. I probably even goofed up how to say it, but I think that's what that is. But I do think that we could use a little bit more reference to ferns here somewhere. Ferns are often associated with having this sort of like spiraling thing they do, especially when they're in fiddlehead stage, where they sort of coil in. And they can have little leaflets like this, but they can also be more attached and have leaflets that are like this too, where they sort of stay attached in one big leafy form, and then sometimes when they're old, they get these little cutouts in them where they have holes from bugs eating them and stuff like that. Anything of this capacity could be added to the design for a greater effect of feeling fern-like, where I feel like your hair is a missed opportunity for that, maybe. Yeah, they got the weird funky knot seeds on the undersides. You can have spots on the underside of something. But I do think that there's a lot of potential opportunities with shapes like these to have something like that worked more into the design, where, especially with the hair, we could go for more of this sort of like curling aspect, where I'm just thinking about, like, you know, ferns do this sort of spiraling thing that they do. Hang on. And you've got this big lock of hair in front of your face, where even if you just sort of like spiraled this in and curled it, and you could have like little individual pieces of hair that like maybe don't connect all the way, or are shaped like that. Hang on, let me see if I can find a good way of depicting what I'm aiming for. But depending on how you detail your hair, you can make it feel much more fern-like, where we're replicating the little tiny leaflets shooting off of something bigger, and then having that sort of like coiling aspect happening, where things are like wrapping around and spiraling, you know? For the record, somebody who speaks Italian, it's pronounced vivere. 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 That sounds sort of right. The way I'm trying to say it. Interesting. Reminds me of Yam's previous VTuber persona, Lorelei. I also was seeing that a little bit. I think I saw somebody say, yeah, also said the same thing too. It does seem familiar, but I can't remember what Yam's previous persona looked like off the top of my head, but I know it was overalls and green hair and a cardigan, I think. I can't quite recall. I wonder, is it just vaguely feeling similar? It might just be coincidental in that, you know, we're overlapping between nature type of creatures who are aiming to feel cozy, so it might just be a coincidental similarity here. Or maybe there's somebody who does also like Yam. And we're inspired by Yam's previous persona, maybe. Would you say this counts as cozy aesthetic? I would say so. We've got a cardigan, we've got sort of like a black long sleeve shirt. Very relaxed in the design, yeah. What if the ribbons of the bow were ferns? Yep. I was gonna suggest something like that. If you don't go for making the hair more reminiscent of a fern, these ribbons definitely could be. Hey, what? That's interesting. Oh wait, I know why that one's not working too. Thing added on the overall can see similarity. Yeah, fern pattern reworked into the necklace perhaps. Yes. I do just think that the fern needs to be more incorporated into just about everything here. So we could totally reinterpret the ends of this ribbon and say, okay, what if this ribbon was... Hang on, I gotta try and figure out how to draw this. Was like this type of fern where it has the big sort of like meandering bits like that. Although that might look too axolotl-y. We might have to go for like all those little bits instead. And then especially if you were to make it so that it curls in at the end, like ferns seem to want to do often, then that could work. Oh, well, hey, don't look. Hey, don't look. Hey, don't look in there. I don't know why things aren't working and I can't fix it. Don't look in there. You're not supposed to see behind the curtains like that. Shroommates, you're breaking your immersion willingly and on purpose. Why would you do that? You're making me turn my back on you, which is something I don't want to do either. Hey, ow, don't do that either. Why do we take any and every opportunity to torture me? Is a question I ask myself not infrequently. But you could keep the gold as a motif in here too. But shaping it like that does make it a lot more obvious that ferns are a more major part of the design here. Even like you've got these little things wrapping around your legs down here too. Ferns. Now it's a fern. There you go. Why do you give us every opportunity to torture you? A little torture is okay as a treat, perhaps. A little torture is alright. For asymmetry, why not only one bowstring? True, or we could just have both bowstrings be on one side of the head, too. Where instead of having this one over here, and that'll prevent it from feeling too bug-like, maybe. Because I saw somebody else voice that as a concern. The way that I've drawn them, they almost look a little bit moth-like. Accidentally, it might be sort of the thickness. If these were to be more specifically drawn to look like leaflets, I'm just doing it very quickly, which is why they're not reading super well as leaflets. But that could be something that also keeps it from being too bug-like. But then again, at the same time, no, we're talking about somebody who is interested in the earth and reincarnation or rebirth. Bugs are of the earth too. So that might be an interesting moment for asymmetry, perhaps, probably, potentially. All green might work better. Maybe if we're trying to make it less moth-like, maybe. Also. I made it thick so that it would read more like a ribbon, but that might be sort of something tough to get to work in both cases. But something like that could be interesting to make it clearer that that's a motif, although executed with a little bit more time and care and effort than I am doing right here live on the stream. Reading a little There we go. Man, I'm gonna be stuck forever. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by what? Huh? Okay. Yeah, make it not centipede-like. There's a better way of probably drawing these, but I'm not gonna get bogged down by the details right now because if I do that, we'll never get through all of the designs. But just in general, the suggestion is more fern references in the design. I made it a little bit too unbalanced with the way that I had it before. There we go. More fern in the silhouette, more fern just in the design overall, because the only place that you have it right now is really small also. You could make this pocket much larger. As an overall wear, we could also make the overalls a little bit more specific to the way that overalls actually work too, perhaps. Because that is one thing, I feel like some of the details in this design are a little non-specific. If you take a look at overalls, the way that they work, you'll find that they usually have a line that comes through here, and they have a line through here somewhere that is separating the upper and lower parts of the, like, sort of like top and pants parts. These are disconnected. They don't just sort of form directly into the hip region. And then there ends up being sort of like a blocked separation up here where your little clasp things go into. And then we usually have some sort of part that trails down the sides too. This sort of blocks off into a top chunk. And then you could still have your fern on here. And then you could have it a little bit bigger so you can read it as a fern more clearly. Wow, I'm really aphantasiaing what a fern looks like right now, but imagine that that's a fern, probably, maybe. We could use to just make those things a little more specific. And then similarly in here too, this is a really big distance to cover with not a lot happening, but you can have the sort of patterning that happens in that part of the body. Wait, if you look at mine, the way mine are working right now, you can see what I'm talking about. But you might also want the little like clasp things that connect in here. That helps it feel a little bit more specific. Also the little like bands where the material doubles up on itself and you can adjust them. Those are all good little details that are just the way that overalls work that might be nice to include. I have a lot of plant prints on the overall and leave the blue wavy strip empty for a river. Blue wavy strip empty for a river? What do you mean? Hang on. You could have more plant prints overall. The place that I was going to suggest having something for the river, my question about being the reincarnation VTuber and also incorporating the river into it is, are rivers associated with reincarnation? This could just be my own ignorance and not being familiar with that, but I have not heard that as being an association. Some are? Okay, maybe particular rivers are. But I was trying to think about interesting ways we could incorporate water, and I saw these at the bottom of the pants and was thinking about, you know, sometimes when you have like crashing water, the pants could almost feel like waterfalls depending on how you place the details on them. So we could have like plant-like details somewhere on them, but you could have this be almost like the foaming water at the end of a waterfall, sort of cascading and crashing out if you had like lighter elements to show some sort of directionality and flow coming down the leg into it, which might be interesting. And then that's moving water, but I don't know if a waterfall is particularly related to it. In my culture, there is. Okay. Usually associated with crossing the river when you pass. Yeah. I was thinking about like the river Styx as relating to life and death, but not necessarily rebirth unless you're coming backwards from it. Don't look behind you. Don't look over your shoulder. I promise it's not good. But if we're trying to add more water motif, I'm wondering if this could be something that repeats throughout of like, oh, this is something that becomes like waterfall types of things with the... Oh, we might need to thicken it. There we go, hang on. Wah. Wait, I need this color? Is this the color I need? No, I need this color. There we go. And you could have like the little bits that go through it so that way we can tell this is moving water in some capacity. It might just be in the way that you're texturing some of the elements going throughout, mayhaps. Butterflies come to mind, okay. Multiple world myths have rivers that cause the deceased to forget before reincarnation. Ah, okay. Dewdrops in place, maybe the water element plant reference. That's true. Dewdrops might be another good element to add somewhere. I wonder if dewdrops might be interesting, like in the hair or something. Definitely render them. I am just drawing stuff, not worrying about it. But you could have dewdrops sort of dripping down off the clothing, so you're just like a little bit damp. And having them be a little bit transparent might be nice too. I'm not doing any rendering here, but that might be interesting as well for getting a little bit of water into the design also. Also, I would say to think about what you're doing with the jewelry too, where I wonder if we could get a more direct reference out of the jewelry shapes too, where if we're trying to reference water, there could be certain motifs, like you get like a wave, or you could get, what motif would there be for river water? Swirling also is something that we see both in ferns and in water with this sort of like spiraling patterns. I don't know. Fern motif of the river making a meandering shape. Yeah. Dewdrops could be sewn under the cardigan. That's also true if you wanted it to be something that's physically like attached to the design, maybe. Qatar's waterbending necklace has entered the chat. I don't know about that. I don't think we can make a reference that direct. But yeah, you could have something that is a wave or wave-like for your necklace. The circles are just a little bit generic. Lily pad's a symbol for both water and plants. See, that's a good idea. What the heck does a lily pad look like? If I just go like that, is that a lily pad? I think that is a lily pad. Woo! Hey, Fantasia, you won't stop me. I remember what a lily pad looks like. And then you could have like a more specific design on it, because water lilies also have... Thank you, Gary, for your very brilliant addition to this conversation. I'm sure that meant something, that which you just said, but I don't know what it is. But you could add water lilies also, I guess, if we're going for overlap of plant and water. What do water lilies stand for also? Hang on, there's some symbolism with water lilies too. Hang on, purity? Let's see. Purity, rebirth and renewal, beauty and purity, enlightenment and transcendence, peace and tranquility. Ah, so the fact that rebirth and renewal does seem to be, at least in some way, linked to water lilies might also be helpful. Yes, Gary does just do that for some reason sometimes. Seashells, it might be too oceany though, unfortunately. Who has pineapple and Pac-Man on their bingo? Did he not like the word pineapple? Oh, I have made a little bit of a pineapple here accidentally. Once again, e.g. note, when you are making these things, spend more time on them than I am. I am just giving us ideas so that we have something, but man, yeah, that does read like a pineapple from a distance. I was trying to put a lily on it, but there might be a better way of doing it. Oh, hi! Welcome in, Phil! Hello! Hey, Shrewmates, can you rotate? The Plumies have rated us. Say hello. Hi, I'm Squiiji. I'm a freelance artist Fungi. I'm also an art educator. Today we are doing green VTuber design critiques. Vil, do you identify as a green VTuber? You are mostly green, I think. You are also an owl, but you're also green, as one of the things going on with you. I heard they were green VTubers? Yeah, we're on the second. We looked at a Chia Pet VTuber first. Whoop, here. Whoa. Which is very neat as a concept. And then the second one we're looking at right here is fern themed. We're trying to add more ferns to her design here. Do you have any critiques? I do. Critiques for you. Vil, I don't think you submitted to my... I don't know if you've submitted to my critique form. If you want me to critique your design, I can do that someday for you. But you are not in my current pools for today. I was just curious. How fernsy? Ah, ha 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 ha. How fernsy. You're so right. How was your stream though? What were you guys up to? I still have to take a look. Vil had a cover come out last week? Last week. I haven't gotten to listen to it yet, so I am waiting and saving up my time for when I can like actually listen to it without being distracted by like 9 other things. But that is also worth taking a listen to. Yeah, Saturday. Oh, was that Saturday? Oh, it was. That's why I didn't hear it. I was sick over the weekend. So I'll be taking a listen to it this week at some point. But I hope you had a good stream. Vil, if you and your fellows need to do things like eating or drinking or snorking memeing, please go for it. Please take care of yourselves. If you'd like to stick around and hang out and offer suggestions for our lovely Gween fellas we're looking at today, you are welcome to do so. I'm also cozy G right now, which is why I sound much calmer welcoming you in. Usually I'd be probably doing a little bit of shouting, but I've been forced to be relaxed and chill and calm, which is unusual and atypical of me. It's alright, it's acceptable. Go sit on some trees and sleep. Or is that your request to the Plumies because they are owls? Man, if only I could sleep in a tree. Submit my design if you have an opening for something relevant sometime. Usually we're going in order of submissions to some capacity, so if you submitted now, it might be a little bit of a wait for that. But yeah, we do have winged, and green is one of the categories also, so you do fit both of those, I believe. So you're welcome to if you would like. It might just take us a hot second to get to you, though. But yeah. You are welcome to submit if you would like. Here, I can give you the form. There you go. Submit for the future? Yeah, go for it! There's the form if you would like it. But yeah. Oh yeah, and there we go. They got it in the Twitch chat as well. I did design my new outfit. Your new outfit is fresh. The wings are so much more prominent in it also. It is nice. I'm a fan of the new design. I've been looking at it as I've been making my outfit for you. Also, Shroommates, if you guys need like some sort of other extra credit to do outside of ours, Vil also does something similar to extra credit and having little art challenges, and right now they're dressing Vil up. Where's mine? I doodled something in 15 minutes as a warm-up the other day for it, just to be maybe just a little bit goofy. I'm doing like an actual drawing for it, but I did force Vil to be Among Us first, and Vil was very clever in the Owlmong Us. I can't believe I didn't think of that for the title of this. Oh, what can you do? But there he is. I kind of like merged him with a Plumie too by giving the little like head detail accessory, but you should do it. Yeah. Very sussy. This is the most suspicious Vil has ever been because Vil is very say-so like me. Vil has never been more suspicious than right here, right now in this capacity. Was this a raid? Yeah, Vil raided it on YouTube, yeah. Yes, sussy say-so. The most it'll ever be. I've never been this suspicious before. If somebody makes me an Among Us, then I guess maybe I would be similarly suspicious. This is the best you'll ever get out of any of us. No idea you could do raids on YouTube? Apparently if you're me, you cannot. I cannot raid on YouTube. It doesn't work. I'm not even permitted to raid my own other channel I own. It just doesn't work. But some people can raid on YouTube, and Vil does regularly. Did strangely well in Among Us? What the heck? Good work. Oh wait, I can be free now. Yeah! Good work in Among Us. Hey, well, just because you're say-so doesn't mean you're not good at, maybe manipulating people. I am a terrible liar, so I am very bad at Among Us, unfortunately. Oh, what is Gary doing here? Me drawing over my own Gary for some reason at the end here. Oops, also spoilers. Just the Shroom State YouTube that's curious? Yeah, I think it's just me. It was evil, I tell you? You channeled the powers of evil in order to be good at telling a lie in the Among Us. Good luck with the critique. Thank you. I appreciate it. YouTube's still testing the raid feature for a few. God, if it were me, I have been a YouTube partner for over 2 years now. If they're still testing the raid feature and they haven't decided to give it to me yet, that would be insanity. Why would they do that to me? Honestly, wouldn't surprise me given my luck, but golly. Anyways, hang on. Back to what we were talking about here. Back to design. You have to activate to be rated. Yeah, I have it activated so I can be rated. But like, I have it activated on my second account to allow raids. And it still doesn't allow raids from me. But it'll allow other people to raid that account. It's so strange. It's so weird. And I've tried to raid other people that I know haven't activated because I've watched their streams and seen them be raided. And it just doesn't do anything. It tells me I can't. So, I don't know. Can your second account raid? It can! My second account can raid. My second account can raid my first account. I don't know. Self-raids don't work well, sadly. That's actually the only thing I've ever done successfully is raid myself. Raid from one stream of myself to a second stream of myself, where I had 2 distinct different topics. That's the only thing that I've ever actually had work. But if it doesn't work anymore, that's actually frustrating to hear. Dang it! Dang. What can you do? Anyways, jingle jingle keys! I gotta keep us focused. It is 4 p.m. and we're only in the second design. I gotta keep focusing. So, conceptually, the fern element is not clear enough in your design right now, if that is something that is so important. I'm getting the natural angle, but I was not pushed in the direction of thinking of rebirth or anything like that. Just by looking at you, unfortunately, we need more of the fern and probably more motifs that push us in that direction. Similarly, if you want that water angle, we're gonna need to be able to see it a little bit more, hopefully, theoretically, potentially. So, secondarily, color palette, I think is okay. You've got 2 different greens, you've got a very dark black and a blue. They work okay together, they've got enough contrast. The gold adds a nice contrasting color as well because it's, you know, very warm compared to the very cool undertones of the rest of the palettes. To be for real, to be honest, we don't really know much about New Zealand and Japanese rebirth myths or beliefs. That's true, but I do know that, like, symbolically, the fern is a part of the New Zealand rebirth thing, and specifically also because it's in that spiral shape is a part of it, and those are things we weren't getting visually from the design, and that's just a little bit that I know. I'm sure somebody will be more knowledgeable and probably have more actionable critiques in that capacity maybe, but I do know that that is what that plant stands for, and that's how it's used. We just need more of the plant, so that way we could maybe be more likely to draw that relationship, perhaps. But then again, at large, unfortunately, I guess your average viewer may not be familiar with the fact that ferns symbolically relate to rebirth or reincarnation. So it is kind of difficult. Ferns represent magic in Victorian language of flowers. That doesn't help for this. Yeah, not especially. Reincarnation stuff is anything like how our name is Italian. Rivers are a symbol of death, not reincarnation. Yeah. We are getting sort of a very broad cultural reference point going on here too. If we're doing Italian last name and then Japanese and New Zealanding? What is the is New Zealanders called New Zealanders? That might be what it's called. Those things are sort of broad. You may need to pare down to less variety with those angles. Kiwis. I'm not gonna call them Kiwis. I know they're called that sometimes, but I think they call themselves that. But I think of with reincarnation as the lotus because of Buddhism. That's why I was trying to add the lotus in, but that might also be causing us to have still too many different cultural backpoints. They may all be their cultures IRL, but if that is the case, we may still just need to clarify them in the design a little bit more. They need to be a bigger part of the design. Right now, they were acting just as decals. They weren't actually affecting the physicality of any of the clothing, and they were all in the small details, where we've got these big details, like the jacket and the hair, and the ribbon is a medium detail. And none of those things were including any of the motifs for rebirth. So I don't know. Need to pick one culture and focus on it in the details. I don't even know if it's have to pick one, but maybe not as many, potentially. And make sure to do research into how they are depicted in those cultures, so that way you can make it maybe clearer to a viewer that that is what should be coming across. I'm not sure. There's just something missing. We're not really getting that angle from the design, unfortunately. For color palette, I think the color palette is fine. I do think that for focal point, we could be doing more to make the face focal. However, the fact that the face is this really, like, much more peachy undertone than anything else in the design is still making the face pretty focal. I will say that the areas that are really, really dark, like this almost fully black that is occurring in the shirt, is fighting for the focal point a little bit more than might be beneficial. I see we've got this like almost black color that's in the shoes that might work a little bit better here, just so it's not as high contrast, and we'll leave a little bit more room for the shading in this area. Oh, I hear Joby. Joby is home. Joby is somewhere in the house right now, moving around. Less high contrast might be better, so that way the face is more focal without being as distracting, but then also having the darkest dark that was the shirt, only the shoes, makes it feel a little bit bottom weighted. Mayhaps. Yes, slay. Joby is home. Thought Ouroboros was a sign of destruction and greed. I could be wrong. Or a sign also the snake that eats their tail. Oh boy, I don't know. That we might be getting a little bit... I feel like adding snakes to this would not help. Hang on, where was I? What was I doing? Oh, I've lost it. Oh, replacing where colors are located. Yeah, so the face is focal. It's not perfect. There's other things that are competing just a little bit. But I would say I'm mostly looking at the face. The color palette, I'm not taking any particular issues with. And I know that green is often associated with life, so that is helping you in that capacity, maybe. Your silhouette. Yoink, get rid of all those things. Bam. Silhouette. Around your head. Silhouette is decent. You know, you've got the ribbon, you've got the long earrings that are kind of specific. The hair is almost shaped like a lotus, so I do wonder if maybe pulling in the lotus could be helpful. We're just trying to go for generally having a lot of symbols for rebirth and reincarnation in the design. That could be beneficial, maybe, to add. But the head is somewhat distinct. The rest of the body, not so much. I don't think your body or your clothing is doing much to help us recognize you. And then outside of the one sleeve, you are completely symmetrical, which, you know, you are trying to be cozy and relaxed. We don't need a lot of chaos. But having some sort of natural asymmetry would benefit you. Probably a good bit. And one of my, like, more recent pet peeves I keep encountering in design is if you're going to give yourself the off-the-shoulder jacket on one side, this doesn't make sense that it would sit exactly the same on this wrist as it would on this one, because it's going to be baggier. It's going to be overlapping and sitting over top of your hand because you've got this much more fabric that is not just distributed along your arm. So this could be longer. And then similarly, this edge would sit lower too. It would be dropped. The longer I look at VTuber designs, the more I see this happening. But this would potentially also help make your silhouette just a little bit more varied. This should also probably cut across at an angle too. So that we can tell it would be connecting with that at the top. So that would help a little bit with silhouette. Us moving your ribbon to be on the other side of your head and then making it more fern-like in shape would also help with silhouette. But unfortunately, the silhouette, I think, still needs a lot of work. Put it probably like right there. And then complexity and clarity. Some of your details could use to be larger, namely the fern, and then some of the details could also use to be more specific to your concept, namely the pendants on your necklace and elements like that, where they could be used to help us gain a better understanding of that concept. So I'd probably put it like here-ish. So not bad, but I do think that we do need a little bit more work. Similarly, like, you know, you've got these bands that are cutting across the body. That adds a little bit of asymmetry. But what are they? Why are they there? Are they just there for asymmetry? Do people wear chains like that? And if they do, we might just need to exaggerate them more so they feel like they're more intentional. We may also use them as an opportunity to get more of the motifs in here. You could have like little gold bits hanging from it, like the fern leaves or something, but just so that it feels like it's a little bit more incorporated into the design than it is right now. It feels just a little bit odd. And you'd probably want to shape these a little bit more like fern leaves, but I'm just putting them in as little dots. So we have the suggestion. Yeah. New Zealand doesn't have snakes, half joking. Is this a Ireland doesn't have snakes joke, but for New Zealand? Question mark? I know that New Zealand does not have squirrels, or they used to not have squirrels, maybe, which is interesting. I don't know. Wait, Jubilus? That That is a good word for jubby. We are feeling quite jubbalous now with the addition of jubby to the house that I live in once more. We could turn some of our imagery of rebirth into the closed pattern, maybe give more shape expression. Yeah. Let me turn back on the things that I had been doing. There we go. So like this would help a lot for silhouette. If the bottom ends of the pants are fluffier so that they feel like they are more waterfall-esque or water-like, that could help for silhouette. The dewdrops that are on different parts of it could help for silhouette as well. Yeah. New Zealand doesn't have native land snakes due to its long geographic isolation. Ah, so the same reason that they are also lacking in squirrels. Interesting. Geographic isolation sure does interesting things to a piece of land, huh? Intriguing. Yeah. Okay, so I think that's where my grades stand. I did like the design, though. I thought you were cute. So you will get a bonus point for that. But let's see. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? Is that what this is? Hang on. 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 5, 6, 7 out of 10. That sounds about right. I do think that right now you do feel just a tad generic. So therefore, if you lean harder into your concept, make those elements that are intending to convey the reincarnation angle clearer and larger in the design, if you add more of those water details, that'll help you feel a little bit more specific too. I think a lot of that will go a long ways to help you, and then a little bit of that variety in your silhouette too, the natural asymmetry, will also help too. You're close, but you need a couple little things to really push the extra mile. But can we get a round of applause for Fern, please? I guess your name being Fern will also help, but not everyone's gonna know that just by looking at you, potentially. Yeah! Round of applause! Man, I thought we were gonna get through this one. We're gonna do that one quicker, but we did not. That's okay though. I'll put us here and I will take a bite of my stringed cheese. Which has now been sitting out for 2.5 hours almost. Let me also check my bingo real quick while I chew. I asked for more exaggeration on that one. There were spot blacks. The sleeves were giant. I would say this is kind of pastel. This one, she exists and is active on Twitter. I will say some of the fellas are more or less active on Twitter. I believe the last one, or the one from 2 ago, is more active on Instagram under that handle than on Twitter. But yeah, this one is active. Not all of them are super active, and some of them just haven't debuted yet, where they just have an account and are ready in the case that they do. It tracked the string cheese with my tongue being out. Just funny. Try checking for Insta, Twitter, YouTube, Twitch, and Blue Sky. Wow, Rex, you're doing a lot of work there. Thank you for checking all of those things. Dang. Me too. Also, thank you to this girly for giving me pronunciation for your name. I tend to goof up. But this is Leva Fea. Or Lele. Yay! She, her, Levathea, or just at Levathea on places. Rex has said Twitter. Okay, very intense chewing out of the way. Levathea, or Lele, has had 3 iterations of lore, most of which can be simplified down to nature goddess, or similar divine spirits of the forest-style concept thingies. She also has another form that changes her to a black and red color palette with a combat-worn dress, etc. that represents more of a corrupted or altered form. This isn't included since it's not much different from the original one, to be honest. Cinder is an example of something very similar with her orange-blue flame. In her own fantasy universe, she is the source of all mana/magic in the world, and that's represented through her glowy chest tattoo, hair highlights, and eyes. She is meant to have a flower motif, specifically that of a blue lily flower, with chunky anthers seen on her dress. Raiment, and her hair is a picked one in it. Oh, those are probably plant part words that I was not familiar with. Anthers. Raiment. Okay. Curious to hear any thoughts or suggestions regarding the feet color gradient. It was meant to be like socks or some leggings, but some people seem to see it more as her skin turning green instead. The silver branches wrapping around are part of her shoes, as is the flowy energy wings beside them. I'm also interested in hearing thoughts regarding the shoulder/chest area. While I do like the glowy, now I'm also curious regarding other ideas. I personally can't touch of metal, so I've avoided jewelry and have tried to avoid going for something like a choker style collar accessory too. I'm not too worried about changing this so much as hearing ideas here, though I did realize that she looks a bit suggestive/lewd if you crop from her head down to just where her dress starts. Ah, yeah, you do have a low neckline, which might be difficult. Raiment means clothing. Oh, I was thinking about like stamen as like plant parts. Anthers are part of a stamen. I see. Okay, okay. Noted. Okay, so first, I will say this is a very overall bright design. Let me get a saturation removal layer in here. So we'll notice that the dress, the skin tone, and the hair are all almost exactly the same value here. Very similar. And I struggled a lot making out different parts from a distance, just because it's so bright. There is a lot of difference in the hue, which should be doing enough, but because there's almost nothing in this design that really pushes those values, I do just have a hard time reading a lot of the elements against each other. So with this turned down, I might just like see if I can't just really quickly push values just a little bit. Like that's gonna be a little bit too strong, but I feel like there's just not enough variety. And we need some more variety for clarity. We're like, this hair that's behind the body could use to be decently darker, especially where it is around the hands or in like the lower part of the body. We don't need it to be so bright down here. But that way we can see where the arms start and end, especially where things are tucked back really far behind also in here. I'm also not sure what's going on with some of the overlap here too, where there might be some items that I'm just not sure what are right now. I'm just struggling personally to read them. Hang on, put that like there, yeah. There we go. Although the legs have the most clarity of anything in the design. Which is working sort of interestingly. I might push this hair that's behind the head just a little bit darker, and then push the shadow that's around the face a little bit darker, so that way we can see it a little bit more. The colors, when I turn this back on, are not going to be very nice, just because I'm using a gray right now to try and give us a little bit more contrast. Like your drop shadows could just use to be a little bit more exaggerated, maybe. Ooh. There we go. And the arms, where they're going into the sleeves just a little bit. The metal elements, especially just where things are tucking behind the body. Having some more would be good. You could even blur this out so it's not as intense, which I might just do really quickly here. Let's see. There we go. Feels a lot more natural once I start to blur it. There we go. It's getting there. But the difference here. What did they say? The brightest you need darkness in order to have light exist. Light and dark exist only out of contrast. We need something to give us a base mark for what bright even is, or what brightness even means. So here, because everything is so bright, if I had this fella on a lighter or even like mid-toned background, we would have a much harder time reading anything. Also, hang on, let me just push a couple of these things just back a little bit more. So you can still have a very pastel design. You may just need some deeper shadows in a number of places, just so that we can tell where the edges of objects are for clarity's sake a little bit more. It's not even necessarily that you have to make the entirety of an area darker or lighter. Oh, but I will say, this cloak that you have over your shoulders, this like neck accessory, I didn't even realize it was here. You mentioned it in your text, but it's so similar in value, I didn't even notice it. Hang on, let me see if I can just clarify the edge of it just a little bit more, maybe. Let's see. Get rid of this. Honestly, me using a gray layer wasn't that terrible. It's desaturating some things, but do we see what this is doing for clarity right now? Pick better colors. But yeah, the darker bits around the edge of the ribbon, do you see how much they're making the hair pop? Especially adding a little bit more depth to the hair inside of it. Similarly, making the lily itself darker, pushing the arms back a little bit more. All of these things work together very well to just make the design a little bit easier on the eyes. Similarly, I still feel like, you know, areas in here could be pushed back still too, because it's still very similar to the value that the legs themselves are. So I'm struggling to read them just like a little bit because of how bright some of that value is. But I don't need this to go all the way up in. It's already dark enough in there. A bit like this, sort of. There we go. Yeah. Clarity. Yeah, multiply layer gang, you're getting a W on this one. You can check that off on your bingo. So, the colors themselves, they're not bad choices by any means. Nice, bright teal does feel very magical. And having some of these colors that shift more into like a cool blue, also nice. The gold is a nice pop. I feel like we could use more of that, mayhaps. Oh wait, this isn't even... What is this that's happening around the neck? I put shading on it. It might just be those bright lights. It's a little confusing. Yeah, I think it is the tattoo that they were talking about, or like the marking, but it's sort of strange. The way it reads is sort of odd. I thought it was like an actual mantle being worn, but maybe that's not what it was. I think I just misunderstood it. I will say, for the fact that it seems to be important to you to, convey that you're the source of magic, it does dissolve away a lot at a distance, unfortunately, because it's really similar in its brightness to how bright your skin is. So I wonder if it just needs to be a little bit darker in some places, like around the edges maybe, so that way, you know, where it does become brighter in the center, it's more focal. If we add a glowy effect, unfortunately I don't think that'll help, just because it might already sort of have a glowy effect on it. Glowy effects work best when you're doing them against something darker. Darken maybe, or an outline. More Western night soiree party dress. Like a rune, black on the edges. What I was going to suggest is that you could just make it entirely darker and just a little bit thicker. I'm not even sure I picked a color that's that different from what color it is currently. But if we're going to make a glow for it, instead of making the glow white, we just need to make it like green. Let's see, is that helping? Yeah, I would say that's sort of helping. I might have been a little bit heavier handed with it than you need to be, but it just needs a little bit more, perhaps. And yeah, I do see something that is like a scar here. I think I was reading those as clothing folds, which is why when I was doing the multiply layers, I was treating it that way. But yeah, this stands out a little bit better now, I think. Would you call this multicolor hair? I guess so. It is sort of something close to white, yeah, and having a little bit of like teal or light green throughout it. Yeah, I would say this is kind of multicolored hair. Somewhat. Oh, yeah, so those details weren't reading super clearly. These flowers. Hang on. Blue lily flower with chunky anthers. Flower motif. Okay, so the lily pattern is repeated in her scarf. And then I can sort of see it in the way that the bottom of her dress is splaying out. This almost reminds me of like an Easter lily. A little bit more than the other kind of lily that we have depicted here, but I see it. I see it. I have new appreciation for artists. I have no idea what you just did. That's okay. I try my best to explain what I'm doing as I'm going through the process here. Wait, hang on. Where was I? Oh, the lilies. Also saying that there's a shape of a lily in the hair. I'm not really seeing it from the hair very clearly. Oh, this is the scarf on top of the hair. Yeah, there's still some clarity things that might need a little bit more work around where the scarf is in the hair still too. The gradients for the leggings. Honestly, I read them okay. I am not having any trouble understanding that those might be stockings, but I can see why it might go both ways. If it's something that really bothers you, I'm not really sure what to suggest in order to make it people stop assuming that that's what's going on, other than having a more abrupt end to it. So like if your legs, instead of being a gradient, what if the gradient were to stop at the edge of, whoops, I'm using an airbrush. Stop at the edge of these little like metallic elements in a really abrupt way, especially if it were to be like the darker part of the gradient right here too, so there's more contrast. That might make it clearer that these are socks and it's not your leg, or that they're a part of a boot or something. But if you're not especially bothered by it, I'm not sure it's the end of the world that people are reading it that way. The more I look at this design also, the more I'm wishing there was more of this gold throughout. For this big gold element in the center of the body, it's sort of distracting to me. And I see that you have these elements in your hair with the ribbon that are meant to be, I forget the word already, the stamen-like parts of the plant. But I'm just wishing that there was more gold throughout, where I don't want to replace these things with gold because it might be too distracting, since there's not a lot of gold elsewhere. But the color they are right now against the green doesn't provide a lot of contrast or interest. Color. And then if gold was more throughout, you could have like, you know, a little bit of gold in your hair maybe. Not all of your hair has to have that teal green in it, and then that could make us look at your face just a little bit more maybe in some capacity. Part of your tattoos could be gold, although that might not have enough contrast with your skin either. This trim could be gold as opposed to being that lighter green. I'm just yearning for more variety and undertone, perhaps. Yeah. Gold around the neck, maybe. Yeah, something. Just something. Just a little more gold, maybe, throughout to provide a little bit more color interest. It's also helping with clarity just a little bit. I feel like the biggest trouble being had right now with the color is just clarity stuff. Your ears might be a missed opportunity for some sort of earring also maybe. New gold highlights add shape direction. That's true. That is true. I agree with that. The one thing I would say that you are definitely doing right with color, however, is that the eye makeup is bright red, where from a distance, even though it's not super obvious, it is really helping me to be more likely to look you in the eye, because it's the only place that red occurs in the design. I will say, because of just how high contrast the leg area is, that does distract me just a little bit. And because there's not as much contrast in the upper body, I'm not looking there as quickly as I should. But with the proper contrast structure, yeah, the dark eyelashes that are way darker than anything else, the really bright pop of red, that seems to work somewhat nicely to get me to look to the face. I just want to try my classic sort of sweeping gradient situation on the legs, or this bottom area too, to see if that helps push us to look higher in the design. Although that is still going to be creating more contrast there, which I think is not helping, unfortunately. But something like that sort of subtly is going to force us to look higher in the design a little bit more too. I didn't apply it very evenly, which is my fault, but resolve that just a little bit better so it's an easier transition. There we go. But you were doing some of the right things to try and make the face focal. However, the low contrast of elements surrounding the face and the higher contrast down here is still fighting it just a little bit. Let me start putting grades down. So, contrast. We need a lot more clarity from your contrast. Too many colors are too similar directly next to each other without enough shading to properly differentiate them from each other. Similarly, we're yearning for a little bit more of that gold throughout too. For the focal point, your face is doing a lot of the right things, but the low contrast isn't helping, unfortunately. So we're not looking quite there as much as we would like. Tilde gold gradient for the piece of fabric around the face maybe could help add more gold, but I have a feeling the artist would want to keep it monochrome. Yeah, I don't know if they'd want to put that much gold in, but if they were up to it, these little details, they are gold already, but they could be more clearly or obviously gold, too, which might help. Or if it tapered to being more gold down here in the undertone, it might help differentiate it from the hair a little bit more clearly. That is true. Let me see. Complexity versus clarity. For level of detail, I think, whoops, hang on, that's not you. This is an okay level of detail. I feel like the dress is handled in a manner that almost feels just a little bit generic. I appreciate the shaping for the bottom half of it, but I feel like there might be more you could do with the bodice region to add just a little bit more interest and make it a little bit more specific. Even if it's just, recently I've been really on a kick for the subtle thing, which is just showing construction lines and garments. Sometimes that's all we need for something to feel like it is much more specific. Where, you know, sometimes you get like the lines that show there's like, this is how the cups were manufactured or made. Sometimes you get to see, you know, that is a line that runs down the center here of this part of the body. And that just makes it feel a little bit more realistic. A lily-shaped collar, yeah. I just feel like there's something missing. There's some missed opportunities. A lily-shaped collar. I'm not even sure how I would specifically do that, but we could just go for a more generally, even just... If these had more points coming out of them, it would feel more floral and feel more designed. Whoops, hang on, can I have this? Or if these are just points of it that are behind, that'll feel like it's more specific and more designed. We could have some sort of emblem or motif that is in this part here. Oh, the thing I was going to draw was going to, unfortunately, probably end up looking like, pubic hair because of the location. But, like, you could have something that is, oh, that's still what that looks like. Ah! Some design that is here. Maybe that references a plant. Maybe not like that, though, the way I just did it. Whoopsie. I like a leaf. Yeah, don't do what I just did. That's not the solution. Oh yeah, bonk me. That's totally acceptable to bonk me in that way. But yeah, more specificity. Would that be unusual clothes cutout at the shoulder? This isn't unusual. It's just wearing a lower neckline. I don't think that that is more specific, or that is unusual as a cutout. Hey, don't disapprove of me. Hey, you can disapprove of me having drawn something there. That's fine. Seems they're like embroidered vines. Oh yeah, they absolutely could be. You're right. That could be one way of doing them. Make this really small again. But yeah, they could be like embroidered vines or something if we're going for the plant motif, maybe. And do something very subtle with them. Where I'm not saying we have to super duper increase the level of detail here, but it just feels like there's a little bit of something lacking. I say, now covering the whole design with my entire body. E.g., get out the way! Dressed upside down looks like a piece of lily. Yeah, I believe that is the intent. I believe that that was what they were going for, and I do see that, which is nice. But I'm just saying the upper part of it could use a little bit more, specificity. Because unfortunately, in VTuber land, we so rarely see anything from the hips down. Unless you're me, T-posing right here, right now. They just need a little bit more detail in the upper body area of the dress, potentially. Needs a little bit more specificity. I'm not saying they need more EG. I don't think they need me. I don't think I need to be a part of this at all, actually. Not really. There's a desk now. Yeah, they can throw a desk at me if they get mad. I do allow them to have many things. Is a T-pose meant to be a glitch? No, it is intentional. The shroommates do make me do that intentionally on purpose. It's okay. hang on, but where I was here, for complexity versus clarity, which is only talking about level of detail, I do think that we need a little bit more specific details in the, like, torso to chest region. Hi, welcome one and all. I heard one of my siblings was here earlier today. I don't know what has just occurred to me, but my hair has done something incredibly strange, so do pardon me for having what appears to be a very strange hair day. You know, even Eldritch Nightmare deities have those too. I will take it from here. I guess EG was doing some grading. I'll do some grading. Complexity versus clarity. What are we talking about? This. Needs a little more detail. Level of detail is okay, but the detail could use to be a little bit more specific. And let's do a silhouette test, I say, while I block the entire screen. None of you need to see anything. What? What makes you think you need to see anything? You don't need to see anything other than me, your god. I'm trying to do a fill bucket, but even my powers aren't strong enough. Hang on. Let me get out of the way here. I am so much in the way. Normally not something I would say about myself. I'm always exactly precisely the way I want to be. But here, I will scale myself so the entirety of my majesty can be perceived. Lovely. Beautiful, even. Please compliment me for the beautiful halo of goldfish crackers that I have floating around my head. EG has been slowly, unfortunately, learning to say goldfish cracker as opposed to fish cracker, and they need to stop becoming one with society and doing things normally, because they don't need to change. They were perfect the way that they were, and just because people don't understand what they're talking about does not mean that EG should change the way they speak. Anyways, not a bad silhouette. Still could have used just a little bit more distinction, especially around the top of the head. This head is very smooth and round in a way that might not be completely necessary. Even if we just had a little bit of a hoge or more floral sticking up off the top of the head, that might be nice. So that way there's just a little bit more happening in this area of the design. You could have a second lily up here that's like behind the head. There you go. So you'd have just a little bit more happening in that upper head silhouette, even if you had just like a little bit of them happening behind the head on the other side of your head. That might be nice to just add a little more silhouette, potentially. Having more of those flowers, particularly in the design somewhere else, may be nice as well, making a reference that specific, but that's maybe not 100% necessary. EG following societal norms. That's what I'm saying. EG needs to stop trying to follow societal norms. It is so sad that they are somehow being changed by society. They say cheese stick instead of string cheese. That probably hopefully won't change, but we do need to try and prevent EG from accidentally saying goldfish cracker instead of fish cracker. Cannot become like the others. How they refer to a fish cracker as anything other than fish cracker. You all have to help spread the good word of calling it a fish cracker, so that way people will stop calling it by the name brand, so then EG won't have to feel pressured into calling it anything else either. Silhouette. It's not bad. Could use just a little bit more distinction, especially around the head. And it is pretty symmetrical, but the asymmetrical posing of the legs does help a little bit. A little bit of natural asymmetry is happening in the hair throughout, it seems, too. Just a little bit more for taste would be nice, perhaps. Oh hell, the Eldritch Princess's beauty. I am no princess. Do not be misled here. I am a deity, but I am no princess. I don't really know what my title specifically is. I don't think I need a specific title. Most of your Eldritch deities, does Cthulhu have a title? I don't think so. I think not. I don't think Cthulhu has any particular title. Is Cthulhu Lord of something? They might be. I haven't really talked to him in a minute, so pardon me if I'm not really fresh on what he goes by, but we don't really hang out very often. You'd be surprised, but having a couple of Eldritch Nightmares in one place at the same time, pretty dangerous to the fabric of reality. The old one, yeah, God. Yeah, I guess those are not quite the right title. Not quite. I'm also not royalty either, so calling me a princess doesn't quite make sense either. I'm not a monarch either. I'm not royal. There's no royalty to be had here. Nothing royal about an Eldritch Nightmare of a deity. I think that is all sleeper. I'm not sleeping. I am very much awake. Thank you very much. Concept and motifs. So, for this lovely creature that is here... Oh god, what is happening now? You've given me a hat, which I might thank you for. A hat that I might be able to rest my goldfish crackers upon. The lily motif. It is here. I can see some elements of it in the design. with the flowers that are in the hair and the shape of the bottom of the dress, it could be exaggerated to greater effect. The details that are in the scarf could be larger. God. Oh God. Oh! Oh God! Whoa! Help? Whoa. I got my whole head wrecked. Anyways, the sword that pierces the heaven, they destroyed my whole skull. I don't know what happened. I turned into a little bit of a broom, it seemed like, but now I am Miku. I want more lilies and more leaves that relate to the lilies, more things that relate to the particular parts of the lilies, more lilies in the design, period. We had said earlier that adding a little bit more of a flower shape to the edge of your collar might be nice. If there were more lily referential elements happening throughout, that might be nice too, where like, you know, you could have like symbols that look like lilies. I'm trying to just draw like a really quick lily symbol somewhere in a corner or something. But I fear that we just need a little bit more detail, and a little bit more detail especially that references the lily, if that is something that is so important to your design. But I can see it. We could just push it a little bit more, maybe. But I did think you were very cute, so I am going to give you a point for that. What do we have here? 2, 3, 4, 5.5. So much of what is happening here is because of the contrast, unfortunately. And by solving the contrast angle, most of those other categories will increase in number. I am also very clearly seeing today, as we saw last week, mayhaps, that the new rubric is much harsher than the old rubric was, perhaps. So do not feel bad. 5.5 is not a bad grade. It's just saying that there is room for growth, and most of those points are hinging on just this one particular layer that I added here. Because this solves most of the color palette things, this solves most of the focal point things. A little more contrast, mayhaps, in the design, if you would be so kind. But you are still very cute, and I do appreciate the way that you are rendered. It is very bright and very light and very endearing. So good work! Can we get a round of applause for Lele, please, shroommates? Sorry that the Eldritch Nightmare had to visit while you were here too. I see record that it was here. I'm so sorry. You did not deserve that. I hope they were nice. Not me typing the clapping emotes again. I have hands. I can clap physically myself. Here we go. All right. Next fella. If anybody has on their bingo, no concept explanation. It's me. I have that. Then go ahead. Put that in there. Also, the last design was an analogous color palette. So there we go. Yeah. And that was a god or mythological creature. Nice. Okay. So, I am one away from bingo, which would be really fantastic. I would love to have a bingo here today. No ladder test? Ooh. Apparently not. No ladder test. Whoops. I guess you can have that, bingo people. I'll draw one here just for quicksies. Weep. Hang on. Bottom of this piece of the hair, because it is asymmetrical. That piece of hair. Chin, eyes, hairline. There was only one flower, and then top of the head. That would be what I would do for a ladder here in this place. Which passes. Big gaps at the bottom. Good grouping around the top. A little bit of asymmetry. Works. Surprised this is the first redhead design? Why are you surprised? Why are you surprised? E.g., when is the last time active would consider, or last time active you would consider active? 3 months, 6 months, a year? The only people I consider to be fully inactive are people who have made statements about graduating or taking indefinite hiatuses. A lot of the people who submit their designs for critique are just undebuted, or like they aren't specifically like working full-time as a VTuber right now, so they may not be especially active for very long amounts of time sometimes. So I don't want to make an assumption about when somebody is truly inactive. So that's why I only determine it if they don't have an account any longer, or if they are like, not, if they've declared by some capacity that they are no longer doing things. This one's active on YouTube. And see, that's the other thing, is sometimes they might be active on one platform or another platform or somewhere we don't think to check, or, yeah. Twitter disappeared. Interesting. Okay. I mean, their that I have here may have just been for their YouTube. Not everyone has a Twitter. A lot of people have left Twitter because of some of the, unfortunate things that they have done as a platform. If that were not the place where I get the most of my commission work through, I would also probably drop Twitter. But I didn't find a lot of good in Blue Sky, unfortunately. I had some particular troubles with it, so I don't have a good replacement for it right now either, which is the other reason why I haven't left, so I don't know. YouTube, make sure to check community post. 2? Hang on, what do you mean? Hang on. What, Rex? Trend basically killed my Twitter and basically most social media stuff. Yeah, it's not fantastic. BLFSHYEL. No, I mean? Yeah, so I know this person was active a year ago, or 11 months ago. They have an ASMR account that was active also. Yeah, it's icky. Last vids were 11 months ago. Recently posted on community posted months ago. Oh, okay. So they may not have made a video yet. They're recovering and focusing on themselves. So yeah, they're okay. And rebranded their name. Okay, so that's fine. Yeah, no, I would say they're still partially active anyways. So, getting into it, they didn't provide us any information. She didn't provide us any information about her character, but from what I can glean just looking at her, and sadly this was a relatively low quality image submitted, but we can still see enough of it. I'm assuming that she is some type of elf, or maybe she might be a tiefling even, because she seems to have scales also, and horns. She has 3 horns, 1 horn in the center of her head, 1 horn off to one side, and a broken horn on the other side. I don't see a tail, but that might also just be angle, where this could be a tail, but it might also just be another one of the pieces of fabric cascading around her waist. So, as far as concept goes, green dragon. Yeah, I could see green dragon also making sense. Or yeah, sometimes demons also can have pointy ears. She has very sharp nails and gradiated fingers. Gradient fingers? So yeah, I could see green dragon also making sense too. I'm not really picking up a secondary motif here. There's some specificity with the way that these elements are shaped in the center of her body, and then these little green bits read almost like ribs, but I'm not sure there's much of a bone motif going on here otherwise. So initially my thought is this might be a green dragon or tiefling or elf, but having said that, I do think that we may need a second layer to this concept that we are currently either not seeing, it might exist but we just can't see it, or it just may need to be added, period. And when I say layered concept, a concept should have elements that convey personality, should convey maybe occupation. You could have a motif that is separate from being a dragon or elf or tiefling. Yeah, plural of gradient is just gradients. But I was looking for a specific tense that the fingers are the fingers have a gradient on them. The fingers are gradated. But you see what I'm saying? I was having a tense issue when I was trying to say that. But we may just need another element here as far as the concept itself goes. Loki variant. I do see that also just a little bit. But since we weren't told what the concept is, I may be missing something. Or, similarly, they may have some other angle that she isn't conveying as clearly as she could be, maybe. So some of my first suggestions here would be probably a little bit more exaggeration and things like the sleeves, where these shapes could show a lot more weight and add more interest if they were heavier and more bell-shaped in this region. And the way it's sort of like lifting around the arm was just a little bit strange. But that could be just a little bit more exaggerated. So that way we get a little more weight in that area. There is some crazy visual weight happening right here with this already. Hang on. Let me start us with silhouette. This is almost a silhouette already. If I do select color gamut, give me the, nope, hang on. Select color gamut, give me this color. Yeah, invert that, and then I'll make it white. Crazy silhouette right now. A lot of movement too in the silhouette. The posing is doing so much right now with the hair being so flared out. Whoops, do I have a color I'm drawing up, please? There we go. Wah! 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 Very exaggerated silhouette here. Nice. It's got a little bit of asymmetry in it from the horns, and the hair isn't exactly perfectly symmetrical, which is nice. We like that little bit of realistic asymmetry, a little bit of natural asymmetry. Definitely feels very fantasy, yeah, as well. The splitting for the skirt is quite nice too, for adding more negative space, and then having that last sort of corner of the skirt that's in the back not sit exactly squared off behind the legs in a symmetrical manner. Also good for silhouette. The crossing the ankles is good for posing. That just adds a little bit more interest. All good things be considered there. And even the hands aren't posed completely symmetrically. Good little bits of attention to detail here too. Fantasy Norse. I wonder if that is the secondary angle of their design, is that they're trying to take a little bit of Norse inspiration. If that's the case, then they maybe could have pushed it further than they have now, but it's not bad. Perhaps. Also, something interesting that's happening here is the way that they are working with gradients in the design to push our eye around. There's a lot of eye movement happening, not just from the silhouette itself with all these really nice big giant shapes, but also the gradients. Notice that the hair is most saturated around the face, and when it gets further away from the face, it turns more blonde, and it's lighter, and it's less saturated. So it is pushing us up and in to look at the face. The pieces of cloth hanging around the waist also are more blue and cooler at the bottom, and then they become more green as they move up. I will say, unfortunately, right now, they are just a little bit distracting because of how bright this green is, and this really bright green doesn't really occur elsewhere. So it is distracting the focal point just a little bit. But if I go like this just a little bit with my multiply layer, do we see how that's pushing us to almost exclusively look more to the upper region? I will say, maybe if we want to keep this lighter teal color, it might be nice if we had some more of it in the upper body. There's little bits of it in these little things that are, you know, the bands around the sleeves. Where were my other little edits I had? Where was my, there we go, the sleeves. But I feel like we could use just a little bit more of it. These little details are so small we can't really see them, so I'm wondering if you could repeat these little bracketing sort of shapes, or make like a bigger rib shape motif out of those little details that you had here before. I don't know why I have such a small brush. Not helpful. But if we had just a little bit more of these brighter greens higher up in the design, that would help them be less distracting where they are lower. Wow, there we go. Or you could even have them as like a part of your collar design or something. So that way they're just a little bit more distributed. This outfit definitely, if we did not check the box for unusual cutouts, this definitely does check that box. We've got cutouts on the tops of the shoulders, and then this unusually shaped cutout in the center of the chest. That one I would leave. The shoulder cutouts are just a little bit strange, so I might put something over them, like having that green showing up more in that area. And here, let me even take like some of these colors, and I can airbrush them into the edges of these, so they're not as distracting the way that I've drawn them. But yeah, a little bit more of that green throughout might be sort of nice. So that way it's less important where it is down here. You could also have something more of an accessory on the head, mayhaps, too. The shape language of this thing feels really specific, and it's very interesting. You don't have this black really anywhere else throughout the design, although it might be hard for me to draw it because the background is also black. But if you are on a lighter background, having something this dark on the head would benefit you as well. And you could have this as some sort of like circlet around your head. Hang on, I'm just sort of tracing the general shape of this. I'm gonna make it lighter so we can see it against the background, but if you were doing it, you could probably keep it this dark. Hang on. Move. Yeah, move this up here. Got bingo? Congrats! Congrats on your bingo. But, like, you could have something like this around your horn. Might have to airbrush it brighter on the edge. Let me finish just filling the shapes properly. Oh, I didn't finish drawing the other side of it either. Whoops, hang on. Wah, wah. Wah, there we go. But then something like this adds more detail around the face in a way that might be beneficial. I did a terrible job of drawing this in any way symmetrically. Hang on. There we go. And maybe it doesn't have to have that point where it connects in the center, but then if I were to just gradate it brighter so that way we can see it against the dark background, then that adds more of something interesting to your silhouette, and then also something very dark to your head, which might be nice. Yeah, crown or tiara, or just some sort of circlet, which might just be good to reinforce those shapes that you already have somewhere else in the design, while also increasing the level of detail around your head. Making it slope down so we can see how it attaches to your head, maybe in some interesting manner. Or could tuck behind your hair. This also calls more attention to the upper part of your head, so that way we can see where your horn has been broken off. That might be sort of nice. For silhouette reasons, I'm also want to suggest you to tuck the braids in just a little bit more. So that way we can get the edges of your hair that's up here showing just a little bit more in silhouette, the way that they're splaying out. Man, that is my favorite word to misuse recently. Flaying versus splaying. The natural asymmetry does just come from my drawing sometimes. It does seem to be the case. Jet Knuckle, thank you for following. I appreciate it. We could also have some sort of earring or something that adds to your silhouette, or something like even smaller in here. You've got this like long heart-shaped thing that's happening on your chest. You could replicate that in earrings. Almost. Do you see right there? I'm not doing a good job of redrawing it, but you could have something like that in your hair as well, where you could have even like little spiky things that come off to fit that sort of really sharp shape that is in other parts. Yeah. But there's just more little details we could probably put around your face to make your face more visually interesting, because right now, you know, a lot of things are being done right, but there's just more detail in other areas where the face could maybe use a little bit more detail to truly and properly stand out. We just add something else asymmetrical here as an earring. Bam, that's an earring. Look at that. Might have made that a little bit too thick for what it's worth, but yeah, do we see how we're looking more to the face now than we might have been before? That's the goal. That is our goal. Let's see. What else is there? I can start grading, I feel like. Potentially. Mwah. 4, silhouette. I feel like there's little things we could do to make the silhouette stronger, but you're doing the right things. I think I'd be able to identify you pretty clearly from the just crazy exaggeration of your hair and your skirt parts. For color palette, I think you need to distribute this lighter green more throughout the rest of the design. But otherwise, the green with these sort of like blue accents at the bottom is rather nice for color depth. The orange hair contrasts with it quite nicely. This is almost complementary. No, it is just complementary. Almost. Almost complementary. Green and red would be complementary, but orange is almost complementary. It's just nice and bold, however. It does do a lot to help make the face more focal, which I will say the face is almost focal. It's just that that really bright green in the underside of the skirt was pretty distracting, because that's the only place it occurred, and it was really bright, so we made it darker. But the bright hair is doing a lot to bring us to look at your face. For level of detail, I think I just want a little bit more detail, specifically around the face, but the way that your clothing is designed seems to be specific enough. You've got these shapes in the center that feel very specifically designed. Maybe I would want more to be done to the bottom edge of the cloth so that it feels a little more specific, or like the top edge of the boots, but it's not too bad. We just want a little bit more, perhaps. For concept, I think you're maybe just lacking the opportunity to have another layer. Or if you do have another layer, I can't see it. So we might want a little bit more, perhaps, from that. Art view stream is a vibe I dig while working. Thanks for being the goat. Thanks! I'm glad you're enjoying it. I'm glad it's working out as something to listen into. Thank you for stopping by. Let me see. What else did I not say here yet? For color design itself, I think this is mostly fine. I don't really have any trouble reading the edges of anything against each other. I could stick a saturation layer over it to remove all of it to just check and see if the values are working. Let's see. Layer, new correction layer. Slurp that all up. Yeah, so it seems like it's okay. Got big value chunk for the hair. That's one similar value consistently. And then one darker value for the sort of center part of the clothing. And then the skin tone is the brightest value. Good separation. Works for me. You can also do a ladder test. You won't get me missing it twice. I won't forget a ladder 2 times. Bam. Oops, that's gonna be way too big. Hang on. Definitely that there. Oh, this is creating a line like here. This is a line here. The boots have 2 lines. We've got this line crossing over the legs here. I feel like I'd count this. Oh man, how would I even count the hair? I'm not even sure. Might be a little bit hard to try and do a ladder for. Bottom ends of the hair with the chin, the eyes and the ears. Maybe the eyes and the ears don't need to be in the exact same line. That's short. Hang on. Oops. The base of those, the top of this, the top of that, and then the top of the head. Oh, okay, there we go. I think I got all of it. Do you want to climb this ladder? I don't even think I want to try and transport this ladder. I feel like this would just immediately go right for your shins. Can you imagine trying to tuck this under your arm and fit this between it in a doorway? It's almost as wide as it is tall at this point. Thank you for your ladder donations. I would say you're probably right in your donations of the ladders. I would say this is pretty dangerous. Good clustering around the head, little bits of asymmetry throughout, good variety in widths of things. Pretty decent. You won't catch me forgetting my ladders twice in one stream, at least not right here, right now, today. Where are all my edits? Turn all these things back on. Yeah, okay. Oh wait, I forgot I was suggesting more exaggeration in some places, which is so funny. This is so exaggerated. More exaggeration, I think, would go in there for detail. And then for color palette, I don't really have any trouble reading any edges of anything. Everything seems to be working more or less okay. Yeah. I'd say that's probably full points. I will say, the fact that we don't know what the concept is does tend to make me grade things stronger than they might be deserving, just because since I don't know, I won't know what I'm missing. So for the fact that I'm not reading a very deep concept here, I'm going to push it down just a little bit more, and I'm going to guess that there may be other elements that I'm missing just because they're not super clear. I don't know. I just need to see how the edits look without the base layer. It just looks like that. Here, I'll just give you a black fill. There's my edits. Look at this beautiful character. Remember, Shermates, write an info if you want more points. Yeah, because if you had told me that the concept was you're a dragon, you would have lost points, because I still think you need a deeper concept than that in some capacity to stand out just a little bit more and to add some more opportunities for interest in the design. But since I don't have one, I can't tell whether there is another angle or not, and it does need maybe more conceptually to be well and truly interesting. So, just a little bit of change here, but let's see. I feel like I did that one pretty quick. I wanted to lock in to make sure we got a couple more designs in. Gonna go with they're at least part dragon. I think and hope, based on the fingernails and the patterning on the upper thighs and these sort of webbing-like shapes in the bodice and the horns. Educated guess either tiefling or dragon. If I'm wrong, that's also going to be an indicator that you may need to do something else, maybe in some capacity. But 2, 3, 4, 5, and a half out of 10. Yeah, this is a way harsher. This is a much harsher rubric than it used to be. I don't know how I feel about that yet, though. Where it is a little bit easier for me to grade with it. It's clearer and it's grading. But I almost feel bad because I don't want people to see a 5.5 out of 10 and be like, oh no, I failed, because that's not true at all. You didn't fail. This isn't a bad grade. No grade is a bad grade. It just means there's more room for growth. More opportunities that could be capitalized on top of. Any of you looking for good opportunities to have a 2.0 design or something like that, I'm giving you, if you're looking for it, I'm giving you reasons you could go for it. Like the harsh rubric indicates more room for improvement. Shroommates, how are we feeling about it? How are we feeling about the rubric, the new rubric? It's changing the way I'm grading just a little bit, but not a ton. You're welcome to deliver me your thoughts here in the chats if you so wish. It's humbling. But I don't know if humbling is something I need to be doing to people. I don't think I need to be humbling people. That's not what they're here for. And I mean, it is constructive. It is showing them the angles with which they could grow, theoretically. But I don't know. I think it's good. That's fair. That's true. We can also do a round of applause. I see you guys starting to clap. We could clap for them also. I like it. Can't wait to get regraded. Okay. If people are accepting of it and seeing it as being more like a challenge, where it is something where we can strive harder to get even better scores as a result of it, that might be good. That would be probably what I want. I want us to strive and yearn for those big numbers. Fight hard to get to them too. Because we're being honest, based on the new rubric, I'm probably getting like a 7 or a 6 even for my current design. I think the only things I probably win at, my silhouette is probably mid, my head does all the silhouette heavy lifting. I do have a good focal point in my face because of my glasses at least. I don't think I have any clarity issues, but I feel like I could have better color design maybe throughout. I'm a little one note sometimes. And I don't think my outfit sells me as a teacher very well, so I think I'd probably get a 6.
Have we gotten an OSHA-approved ladder yet? Or good shape language?
We have not gotten an OSHA-approved language if we're talking bingo, but we did have good shape language specifically for this one, so you can get one of those things in your bingo, at least. I gave you the great concept bonus point. Oh, thanks! What makes my concept great, though? I'm just a mushroom. Maybe the execution of making my hair the mushroom might be the interesting thing that would get me that extra point, but I don't know. I like it making me reconsider my application. Don't know if I could take it, but probably just me. Oh, but that's the thing, like, I don't want people to be scared to submit to it just because it's harsher also. I don't know. Rubric might be more specific with its categories because I never submit any designs anyway. Fair. Yeah, I don't know. We'll keep thinking about it. We'll keep thinking about it this week and maybe next week, and we can propose at that point some modifications to it if that seems to be necessary, so that maybe we can find a middle position, because I think my previous rubric was a little bit too gentle. I fear that some of the scores were higher than maybe they should have been, but at the same time for this, like, I feel like a 5.5 is making it sound like this design is really struggling when it's not struggling that much. It's mostly there. So I don't know, there might be some middle point we could find at some point somewhere down the line. We'll see. Ink cap, printmaker, art teacher credentials make you favorite VTuber. Why, thank you. I appreciate it. Maybe redefine the NAT grades? What do you mean by that, Rex? I'm not sure what you mean. 5.5 is a pretty solid score. Yeah, that's what I'm saying though. I feel like a 5.5 is still a solid score. Like, if you getting a 3 is where we might start having like cause for concern. But I fear that especially like in the US, people tend to expect like, you know, 7s, 8s, 9s out of 10s for most things because of the way that classes are graded. But I come from the land of organic chemistry, where getting a raw score of a 4 out of 10 pretty much is considered fantastic. So like, it's just tough. Final NAT scores, like 5.5 a new rubric isn't mid. Oh, yeah. We could redefine, for the new rubric, what each score means. Like, a 5.5 is still decent. I would say a 5.5 is I would say that that's average. It's halfway. 5.5 is average. 7 is above average. 3 is below average. You know what I mean? Yeah, people often see 5.5 as bad. 8 is more normal. But, like, 5 is exactly average. It is the halfway point. It's halfway there. Whoa, we're halfway there. And we do have to make the decision to see that as glass half full as opposed to glass half empty. Yeah. Just like the chem grades. Exactly! I took organic chem where everything was graded on a curve, and if you were getting a raw score of like a 40%, you were doing really well usually. Man, those curves were really crazy. Yeah, 5.5 is room for improvement, average. So I do think we just need to clarify what average is here now, because before it did seem like we treated a 7 as average, now a 5 is more average, yeah. Average of the last rubric was higher, people got used to it. So we do just have to, I guess, clarify that for this one. Compare some past high grades for grade with rubric to see how brutal it is. We could do that also at some capacity. C equals pass. Yeah, okay. So we can keep talking about this and developing our feelings on it. But yeah, I do think maybe most of what we need to do is just redefine what the numbers mean at this rate. Average doesn't help with a design since you want to stand out. But that's what I'm saying, is we are giving the opportunities for making the design stand out. So the above average is where the designs are standing out, and a below average, a below 5, might be where designs aren't standing out. So a 5 says that there could be some ways that this design could be made to stand out more. And a 3 would say this design could have a lot more angles where it could stand out more, I think. At least that's the way I would put it, but yeah. Anyways, you're living on a pear. What is that? Something on a chair? There's another one of those too. Another one of those goofy cover versions. Anyways, we can keep moving forward with this one. What if we revisited 10+ point designs with the new rubric? We could, but I don't know if that's fair to some of those people to put them through the ringer twice. I would feel unfair doing that. If people gave us permission to read grade them, that might be okay. We could do that. I wonder if Zany would let us. Zany has gotten a 10, I believe. Somewhere. Yeah, with permission. With permission, I feel like we could pester Cable Gore or Zany, because I think they've both gotten 10s from me, to have a regrade? We could see. Squidward on a chair! Maybe that's what it was, yeah. 7 is good, 8 is smart, 9 is excellent, and 10 is you should be the teacher. Yes. That is... Yes. I would say that that would be a more accurate scale for sure. And yeah, I have seen Zany's new OC. It is very cute. I don't think Zany is presenting themselves as as Gormley anymore. But anyways, why don't we keep moving? Let's see if I can get through. What was that? That was 4. This is 5. Let's see if we can get through 6 today. We might be able to do it. I think I should aim for 6 today. It might be possible. But this is Salty Shrimpy. Can you tell from the letter shape that this is someone who submitted a longer time ago? I lost this fella. I lost him. And then I found him again and was like, gosh golly, I'm so sorry it's been so long of a wait. But don't worry, your turn is here. And yes, he is on YouTube and Twitter. I think he's more active on YouTube, if I am not mistaken from just how I searched. How do so many of them get lost? It's because I put a lot of them in folders for talking about specific things. And then those folders, because they don't have enough people in them, we don't get to them. So like, I think I had a techwear folder that I had made once upon a time, but then I decided that techwear wasn't a good trait to use to group designs by. There were simultaneously too many of them, and that also wasn't going to help us with providing good critique. And there were only like 3 people in it, so I pulled this design out and stuck it in the green category literally today, and I was like, oh man, I'm so sorry that this one got left in that folder. There's another folder that I need to do that to also, which is my armored folder. Not enough fellas who have armor in their design for that to have been its own entire category, but I really thought there might have been. It just didn't pan out. So, Salty Shrimpy, I'm so sorry, but I'm glad that we got to you here today. So, this is Salty Shrimpy, he, him, at Salty Shrimpy, keep or remove the fanny pack. That was really the only detail we were provided here. So, another character where we are going to have to guess what the deal is as far as concept goes. Do you have a folder for plant VTubers? That folder got merged into today's folder because most of the plant VTubers were green. Yeah, I don't think there's a shrimp theme as far as I am seeing. Missed opportunity if you want to be called Salty Shrimpy to not be a shrimp. I love me a good shrimp. As I'm trying to figure out what you are, you have a single horn, if I look around your face, you have a spade and a club, so there might be some sort of gambling aspect here, or some sort of cards aspect. I'm not sure what this is, but it looks like a tattoo. We have a couple crosses, so I'm gonna guess that you are either religious, or you just like the cross as an aesthetic. Little bits of detail in your clothing. I'm not sure what this symbol is. It looks a little bit like that funny flying orb thing from that one wizard piece of media that I don't like the creator of, but I don't think that's what that is. I will say also the fanny pack is not reading very clearly on the chest just because of the contrast right now, so we might have to do something about that if you want to keep it. Trident. Oh, it could be a trident. Interesting. Okay, and then yeah, we do also have the tech angle. We have one knee pad, belts hanging around the legs, fingers with what I think might be rings at multiple knuckles. Either that or they're bandages. That is the Ukrainian president's emblem. Oh my gosh, wait, is it really? Hang on. I'm Googling this. Oh, you're so right. That is exactly what that is. Thank you, Edward. Interesting. So we're going to take probably an educated guess that this fella is probably Ukrainian. That might need to be a little bit larger so that way people can read that from a distance. And definitely people who know what it is will know what it is. I think if it was in blue and gold, I might be more likely to read it in that capacity also. So hang on, we might come back for that one and some of the other small details. I'm gonna make a guess now that most of the details we're seeing here are personal preference or like things about this person, like IRL, more so than they are shaped by any particular angle of concept or lore maybe. Because if we are seeing religious symbols, I'm gonna guess that this person might be Christian or Catholic then, and then there maybe are Ukrainian, and maybe they are into gambling or into cards, or maybe the content they make relates to gacha games in some capacity. Might be my guess. And at first with the shoes, I thought the way they were shaped was because these were meant to be like dragon-like toes, like claws, and maybe they are meant to reference that, but now I'm not so sure. They make Hoyo games content. Okay, gacha game. All right, that might check out then. Okay. Interesting. Once again, we're struggling with the fact that we don't really know what the concept is, so we can only work with what we have. So yeah, so they like gacha, so that might be the reason why that stuff is happening with the face. So what I would say here is that there is a species of some kind, demon or dragon or tiefling, I am unsure at this point. One of those things is happening, so there's a horn. The horn shape itself isn't super specific or distinct. I see this very often in VTuber designs where we have the horn, and it is, you know, if you close your eyes and think of a horn in your head, it is the shape of that horn you have thought of. So my initial suggestion to most VTubers who intend to be dragons or tieflings or demons or things like that is to have a more specific and more unique horn shape. Where did I have it? I think it was on a Pinterest board, just a whole collection of different shapes of horns. And that can really go a long way to A, make your silhouette stronger and more unique, and B, just make you more memorable. Because I do fear that this design has a couple of things that push it into feeling just a little bit cliche, with the fact that, yeah, we do see techwear a lot in VTubing. It's not a bad thing. Techwear is popular for a reason. People like it. It's an enjoyable thing. It usually offers us good opportunities for high contrast, things with color, for interesting silhouettes. There's a reason why it's so popular. But as a result, we may want to take one of your motifs that you already have and exaggerate it more and make it impact the clothing design a little bit more. Because right now, you feel just a little bit non-specific. Your fanny pack could be a specific shape as opposed to being like the stock standard fanny pack shape. The buckles on your clothing, which right now are triangles, which makes you think that might be something specific. But instead of being triangles, we could repeat the club or the spade that we see in your face for those buckle areas. Or we could incorporate that more into the edges of some of the clothing pieces too. I just fear that we need more specificity in the clothing. And especially, you know, for the concept, I'm getting techwear and some sort of dragon, but I feel like we could use another imagery-based piece of concept in this equation somewhere, just to add a little bit more interest and a little bit more of something to assist us in making some creative decisions. I'm still trying to find my horns that I had. Pinterest, you're not helping me right now. Hello? Did I put it in Demon? No, I don't think I did. Oh, things were removed from my Demon folder. Interesting. Darn it. Did I have that in Dragon? Where would I have had that? I'm misremembering it. Aha! Yeah! Look at these horns. Look at each of these horn shapes here. Do you see how much more specific all of these horns are? They all are exaggerating something. Look, this is exaggerating an arc. These ones are really angular and there's multiple of them. This is 3 of them, where the center one is the tallest. These horns are completely asymmetrical. These horns are asymmetrical and sort of stacked. These ones are cascading off the face and are very sleek. These are really tall and long. Each one of these is exaggerating something different. Yeah, this is delightful. They've got their little credit here in the corner, thank goodness. But this is such a fantastic example of how much we can exaggerate hair, and so much, or not hair, horns, and how much more character we can add in them, because right now, the horns in this design feel just a little bit too basic. They're just a little too basic. Yeah, another layer. Where, can you imagine how different this would feel if, you know, if we're taking from the fact that this is half of a spade or a club. If the horn, instead of being shaped like this, I'm gonna cover it, was shaped like this, almost like it's sort of like a half spade or something, how much more interesting that is for the silhouette and how much more distinct that feels just already. I haven't done a really fantastic job of re-rendering it, but I'm not going to, but just for the sake of what I'm saying. Do you see what I mean, though? Where that already is more distinct, it's more exaggerated. Maybe it doesn't have to be quite that tall. Like, I could shrink if it's just a little bit too much. But this adds a lot, potentially. Yeah, something like that might be good. But it's shaped like the trident. That's another good option. It could also be shaped like the trident. Oh, wait, did I accidentally put that on the same layer? No! No! Wrong layer, Kronk! Hang on, that's my first one today. Man, I thought I had another layer. Undo all that. Where did I add my new layer and then lose it somehow? There. Like this. Got bingo. Glad I could give you bingo by wrong layer cronking. But yeah, we could make it more shaped like the trident. And at that, if we wanted to reference that trident shape, maybe you could have 3 horns as opposed to 1. Let me cover it up again. Goodbye. If we want to reference the trident shape, then you could have it be... Hang on, it seems like it goes up and then hits an angle and then goes like this. And then it's hollow, which might be interesting, but you don't have to make it hollow. But like this could be the shape of the horn. There we go. And then you could have like, you know, you could still have a second one that references it, or you could have a third one that is, we can see coming from behind the head. But yeah, we could make the trident a bigger part of the design. Also, I'm not sure about that. I feel like we just need to make it bigger here, or I don't know if this person wants to fully brand themselves as being Ukrainian dragon specifically, but yeah. Or shrimp feelers. I wonder how much shrimp is supposed to be a part of the design itself as opposed to just being a part of the name. If you are not a shrimp, if you are not in any way, shape, or form a shrimp in your design or your motifs, I feel like that is a missed opportunity. Because I feel like adding shrimp aspects here could be something else that would be nice to make you distinct. I've seen before designs that make crustacean-esque dragons, like crab dragons or lobster dragons even. Those could all be potentially nice things. Bio on Twitter is just a shrimp doing shrimp things. So then, okay, based on that, I do think that you might want a little bit more reference to shrimp. What the heck does a shrimp look like? Let me grab a shrimp so I can see what a shrimp looks like. Shrimp is slang for small spenders. Ah, I see. Okay, I didn't know that. I know they call the people who spend a lot whales, but shrimp, that's funny. If that is a part of the design, that would be very important to include, I feel like, visually in it. So that makes me wonder if we could have something where, like, you know, shrimp have that sort of, like, tiered body structure. Do you know what I mean? Where it's like the, like, layering? I don't know how to describe that with a word. But, like, do you know how their bodies, like, shrimp and lobsters have the thing where their bodies sort of go like this, right? And then they get really small, and then they have their big tail, right? Potentially. Let me turn these off. I wonder if the horn had, the texture on the horn was shrimp, like it wasn't. I'm trying to think of how I would even do this. No, not abs. But I'm wondering if, like, there's some way we could get tiering like this in, like, the sleeves in some way that might feel like armor. I feel like there's gotta be some way. As goofy as it may also just be, if you want to keep the fanny pack, hear me out. I recently designed a character that had a really just cute fanny pack design. But what if you just had a fanny pack that was shaped like a shrimp? We could find somewhere better to put your emblem. But wouldn't it be potentially so cute if you just had a shrimp? And, like, maybe these could be pockets where they run along here, along this edge. Or, like, that's zippers. And then you could have your little emblem as, like, the zipper pull, maybe? Maybe? Yeah? Shrimp wallet fanny pack? Yeah! So then, the fanny pack becomes more important in the design. It also becomes clear in the design, so made it a brighter color. But then we're adding just a funny little bit of shrimp motif in an interesting way. Shrimps also have feelers around their face, so I'm trying to think of a way that we could add that, maybe. Shrimps have really dark, sort of beady eyes. I'm trying to think of what we could add. Like, if you had two longer pieces of hair, I'm trying to think of what color I would make them out of these parts, but, like, two longer pieces of hair in here, those could be your shrimp feeler things. I don't know if they count as antenna, but something like that. Like, that might be interesting. Shrimps have a lot of little legs. Wait, this is like, and I think we used this idea before. I see all these belts hanging under here. If you posed your arms further off your body so we could see more of your techwear belts dangling underneath, that could be legs for your shrimp nature. As a shrimp, I am confused by the fact that, or if you are going to be shrimp related, the horn is interesting. But I do think, yeah, we do need more things shaped like other things in the design. Just going throughout to try and consolidate some of the motifs. I don't think you need the triangles unless they mean something specific. In gacha stuff, I feel like you could, instead of doing that, repeat the club shape for these attachment points, or the spade for these attachment points. I don't know why these ones aren't gold either. If we're doing the convention of metals are gold, I guess you might be trying to keep it up around the face, but these ones could also be gold and spades, or clubs, or hearts, or diamonds? Yeah, those are all the suits. Yeah. Finding ways for there to be more things that are shaped like other things. So, like, this could be, this one is, here's the heart! How's the heart? I've been thinking about Nightwish lately because we talked about Nightwish last week. And then, like, you know, it's going behind or something, so it's holding those belts in that area. And then we can see that the belts also maybe, like, oh, wait, alternatively, the belts could just wrap around it and have, like, an open area in the center. In some way, you know what I mean? Where, like, if these overlap it. That's a heart. I'm doing a terrible job of drawing this, but... And then this one could be a spade, which is shaped like this, right? Is a spade just an upside down heart with a little thing at the bottom? It might be. But if these were shaped more specifically, they would add more to the design that makes us ask questions and think a little bit deeper. Is that a Hunter x Hunter tattoo on the collarbone? Is it? I was reading it as Roman numerals. I don't know if I'm thinking of the right thing. What is it? Yeah, Louis Vuitton. I did think it looks a little Louis. Or yeah, like I thought it was 2 5s next to each other, but is that really? I've watched Hunter x Hunter, but it's been a long time. It is. Hunter x Hunter tattoo? Did somebody have this as a tattoo in Hunter x Hunter? Oh, it is! Yeah, hang on, I do see it. Okay, so there's definitely a lot of this design that is coming probably from the personal interests of this person. And I will say, you can do that. You can do that. That's acceptable. You're allowed to. I give you permission. However, when you have too many things like that in a design, it can start to get confusing for a viewer. Also, I'm starting to get confused too because this cross is on a necklace that isn't hanging from around your neck. So I'm a little bit confused about where that's coming from. It might just be spanning across your jacket, which doesn't make a lot of sense to me. But if you want to have little references like that, there might be better ways of doing it, where right now it's so incredibly small. It might be more interesting if you put it somewhere else, and I will also tell you that putting the logo of something in your design is probably not the smartest thing to do, because I don't think Hunter x Hunter is personally going to come after you. But if you're making too direct of a reference to something they have trademarked, they might not like that. So you could, if you wanted to, be more subtle about it and put it somewhere a little bit more clearly, where we can just play off the fact that it is a Roman numeral maybe, but like, oh, if it's on your armband and it doesn't have that exact red in the center. Whoops, hang on, I need to draw an X. 2 X's, there we go. And then it can have those little bits here, and then you could put like one of your blues in the center of it or something. Then you have a little bit more plausible deniability to keep you safe in that off chance. Fun that we've had to talk about trademark twice today. But then it'll also read just a little bit more clearly. It makes your clothing feel a little bit more specific. Yeah, if you hit it big and try and sell merch, it'd be an issue for sure. Jacket pin necklaces, like sweater clips. Yeah, there's a whole number of things that you could make it be instead. Their lore might be that they're a gacha hunter. In the anime, there's all kinds of hunters. Ah. Maybe they could be, but they aren't really dressed in a way that makes me think of Hunter x Hunter. If that is the reference they are intending to make. I wonder if there's a way, like the big collar does feel similar to some of my memories. Gon's collar's not that big though. Hunter x Hunter has way more pared down designs, I will say. Trademark things are paying because the rights holders are required to fight people who use it, otherwise they could use the rights to it. Yeah! In some cases, that's for the better, because Adobe losing the right to the word photoshopped, I think, is incredibly funny and fantastic. However, that's not always a good thing, especially for smaller creators and mangakas, I would say. Oh! We have been raided! Hello! Welcome in, raiders! I am Squiiji, I'm a freelance artist Fungi, I'm also an art educator. Shroommates, you know the deal, rotate at them. We are doing some critiquing for green Vtubers. We're looking at Salty Shrimpy, who we have been recommending some ways to be more shrimp-like too. We're trying to figure out what their concept is, because they didn't give me very much detail. But yeah, we're also trying to incorporate their little motifs in a repeating manner, so that way there's a little more consistency throughout the design. But welcome in! Thank you, mods, for getting these shout out! Pink, how do you say your name? Pinkuisa? I'm a teacher. I have name pronunciation debuff, unfortunately. But you're welcome to let me know how to say it properly. But it seems like you may have been doing chatting or ZZZ or art recently. I love watching you on YouTube. Thanks. I appreciate it. I'm honored. Call me Pinku. Noted. 07, Captain. How was your stream? What were you up to? What were you doing? It was a good one. Pixu and Kismet Kitsune and a Kokodayo and Rag Raccoon. Thank you, fellas, for following. I appreciate it. Same goes for all of you. If I've mispronounced your names, you're welcome to let me know. I was doing art at the end. Oh, the Shroommates are on it. The Shroommates are on it already. Hey, Pink! Would you care to show us what you were working on? We have the concept of art tax around here, where if you would like to share with us what you were drawing on stream, we would love to take a little sneak peek. We love to snoop just a little bit. We're a little nosy. But it's also good. I like doing it because then it helps me have, like, a mental image to associate with raiders and stuff like that. It's just, like, a nice little thing. You don't have to. Where can I send it? If you send me a link here in the chat to Twitter or to Discord or to I feel like Imgur also should be accepted, Blue Sky, those things, that works. Moobot might not like it, but that's Moobot's problem. I can still grab it. No pressure. You don't have to. I fear that I've come on a little strong. I didn't publish it. If you would like to share it with us, let's see, is there another method I could suggest if you didn't publish it? Usually people, if it's just hosted in Discord somewhere, even if it's not like public, you can still take the image link from there and send it. But we also have a Discord server that you could send it in as well if you would like. I know that some of our raiders do that from time to time if you would like. But you don't have to. Some emotes. Oh, those are cute. Did you make your own emotes? I love the like wide, like eyeballs far apart one. Art tax? Yeah! We're calling upon the great and lovely raiders to show us what they were working on. I cast show me what you did upon them. Oh no, my closed captions aren't working. Hello? Hello? Sometimes if I'm quiet for a second, they start working again. Hello? No, don't do this to me. I feel like they've been really kind of fickle lately, unfortunately. Wasn't working properly. But yeah, you can link me, even if you didn't post it publicly, if you send yourself the image in Discord, you can link that. Which channel in the Discord can I send? You can send it in the art channel, you could send it in live suggestions, because I am live right now. Those are both potentially good places for it if you would like. Yeah. It was working fine before. It randomly is in and out sometimes. I feel like towards the end of stream more often, it's out, unfortunately. Happens. What can you do? If all of my tech worked, I wouldn't be Squiiji. I wouldn't be Scuff-EG, the shroom that you know and love. It would be some strange imposter. Sent it on art? Hell yeah, thank you. Let me see. Wow, lots of activity in the server since I went live. Let's see. Oh my gosh, wait! Hang on, I don't know if I can... Hang on, copy link. If I copy the link and I put it somewhere so I can have the GIF. Hang on. Because it's animated. It's so cute! Oh wait, hang on, I could just share my Discord screen. Hang on. The full monitor. Bam! Teleportation magic! Oh, bye, Selma! Take care! Thank you for stopping by! Look how cute! Shake little bell. What is your use for this emote? Is this like a, I have keys for the, hey, EG, you should focus, type of redeem? But look how cute! I am signaling you, I am calling upon you. Bell! Ding-a-ling-ling-ling-ling-ling-ling-ling. Is that like a hey listen type of emote? It's so cute though! Your eyes have such nice detail in them too. Yeah, jingle jingle. It's very cute. It's to call my attention? Yeah, okay, yeah. We have keys for that purpose also, that's good. That's so cute! Also your little, we were just looking at, the other character we looked at had some card suits details on them, and you seem to have those as well. That's very cute. Good work on your emotes! Here, can I do a distance test? Let's see. Is it small enough? Hang on. Mouse! Hello, my mouse? There we go, my mouse. I was gonna try and shrink it and make it really small to see if I could see if it was working, but it seems like it would. I think it's high enough contrast so you can see it from a distance. But it seems so cute! Thank you for sharing with us, Pinku! I appreciate it. Truemates, can you guys say thank you for the delicious, delectable art tax snack? It's very cute. Oh my gosh, is that you lying on the ground too? Or floating? What an emote. Yippee! Thank you! Oh, Panda, are you aware that you just have words? You can say words, but I'm amused to find that it is the words. You need to send other heart. Eat your eyeballs. Don't eat eyeballs. What the heck? Didn't make the float emote. It's still very cute though. Oh yes, okay. I just wanted to make sure you were aware that it was doing that. Sometimes people are not aware. Yippee! Thank you for sharing with us, Pinku! I do need to lock in. I gotta finish at least this design we're looking at right now. I thought we could do 2 more for 6, but it appears I might not be able to do that today. It is okay. It happens to me very often. But thank you for stopping by. If you and your fellas need to do things like eating or drinking or snorkeling, please take care of yourselves. If you want to stick around and hang out and provide suggestions to these fellas for their designs, you are welcome to do so. But I would prefer you prioritize looking after yourselves. Let me teleport us back to the room where you don't have to see this whole mess and disaster over here. There we go, and we're back. Lock in, shroommates. We've got like slightly less than 15 minutes, which I guess we could probably spend on this fella here. Some other suggestions. Whoa, my neck feels a little unusual right now. That's okay. Most of the suggestions we had made thus far were for concept, where now I think we can move beyond concept. We can say that concept could be better executed. We don't know what it is once more. If it is that you are a shrimp or a hunter, or any of those things, I do fear that we are not getting that from the design itself, and a lot of your motifs are sort of all over the place. The fact that by zooming in, I could sort of piece together the gotcha angle about the character, and there being maybe a hunter angle, is something. So it's not a complete miss, but I do think we could make it more distinct. We could have more layers to the concept, and we're missing out on that opportunity to be more shrimp-like. We could be more shrimpy for sure. Would we say 5+ motifs? Maybe? There's definitely, we've got crosses, we had triangles, we had belts, we have card suits, which I only count as 1 motif. I don't know if there's more than 5. Does Hunter x Hunter have a card suit theme? Hisoka from Hunter x Hunter has a card thing going on, but I don't know if outside of him there's much to it. But granted, I haven't seen Hunter x Hunter in an incredibly long time because I couldn't remember other things. I have a suggestion. What's your suggestion? You're welcome to suggest. For me, as far as silhouette goes, this fella is actually impossible to separate from the background because the background just has way too many colors in it. But generally, if I were to draw over what your silhouette is before I go and edit your horn, we might even be able to see this. I might have to do it in white. Let's see if white works better. I'm just gonna trace it just really quickly, so that we can see what the silhouette is. Is this considered techwear? Yes, I would say so. Isn't there a clown jester guy? Yes, it's that's Hisoka. He's the only one I think who does that, although I feel like there might be another character who's clown-esque in their shape, but like not that this is clown-esque in any way. Hang on. Ooh. I do enjoy that the pants have this area where they're sort of bunched around the lower leg. That is adding something interesting for positive and negative space. And then you have 2 belts on one arm as opposed to 1 on the other. So that's adding a little bit of asymmetry. But most of your asymmetry isn't really reaching your silhouette very much. There we go. I think I got everything. There we go. Get that in there. There we go. This is the silhouette. You do not have visual weight in your silhouette right now. If I were to draw the overall shape that you are a rectangle. You only very slightly go out and then back in, but maybe not enough. Surprisingly, for how exaggerated your collar is, I almost would suggest that you exaggerate your collar just a little bit less, so that way we can see the tip of the shoulder just a little bit more clearly in silhouette. That would feel a little bit stronger in silhouette because there's more contrast, you see? We're going to zigzag a little more. If you want to have these belts, we were talking about having belts be shrimpy limbs or appendages, you could have them dangle from further out, and then that's also adding more to your silhouette too. This area where the pants tuck in for the shoes, I do think is nice for silhouette. Our changes to your head for your... There we go, for what we had done for Your horn would probably also help you have a little bit more of a distinct silhouette. But yeah, I think we just need a little bit more work here. Yeah, do help EG by submitting either a transparent PNG reference or on a solid color background. I can make a solid color background work pretty easily. That's what most people submit. A gradient is not the end of the world. But yeah, if you have a really crazy background, it's a little bit distracting and it makes it kind of hard for us to do stuff like silhouette tests. But overall, you need more variety in your silhouette, and then you need a little bit more exaggeration in there. Missed explanation, if they're shrimp themed, why are they so green? Fantastic question. I don't think we have an answer to that either. I'm not sure we have an answer to the color choice here. It may be because green is associated with luck, so it's more directed towards their gotcha element of their character, maybe? But that's just a speculation. The only information we were given by this fella is keep or remove the fanny pack. But yeah, it could be bioluminescent or ocean suggested maybe as the reason for it being that way, but I personally am not certain. Let me bring back to the edits. Whoops, hang on, I have multiple edits happening around the head right now. Get rid of that for now. Maybe not bioluminescent shrimp with the transparency of shrimps in water. Oh, a nod to. I could see that potentially. And also shrimp when they are not cooked are much more gray in color. So sometimes I've seen gray depicted as green tones, and they can be a little bit green in undertones sometimes when they are uncooked as well. So I'm not sure. As far as color goes, because we were starting to talk about it, it is funny, I do see somebody saying radioactive shrimp. This submission is from over a year ago. Radioactive shrimp was not on any of our radar at that point in time, but man, is that on my radar now. Keep an eye out for those radioactive shrimp, I guess, in your local Wally world. But for color palette, if I were to get rid of the things that I had changed, because I did add a little bit of clarity with them, unfortunately, you're very high contrast in that you've got these really, really bright, high saturated areas and these really dark, desaturated areas. But while you have that happening, a lot of the details are of a similar level of contrast directly next to each other. Let me get a correction layer for saturation. Slurps. So, wait, actually, as strange as it is, having removed all the color is giving me more clarity, which is strange. But a lot of the stuff on your legs is sort of blending into each other, especially your knee pad, which I feel like should be important to some level of what your occupation is, maybe? Your fanny pack blends a lot into your shirt in the center here. Your hair is blending into your collar. Your skin tone is blending into the inner part of your collar. Your sleeves are blending into, your sleeves are blending into the part of your jacket that's the center of your body. And there's just not a lot of distinction between a lot of the edges here. Let me see if I can do what I did for the other fella and to provide a little bit more clarity, where like this could be pushed back so that way we could see the edges of the face a little bit more clearly. The fact that you're silhouetted, whoopsie, hang on, against a background that falls into the same exact values as your body is also not helping, unfortunately. I'm gonna push this back a little bit so we can see where your arms are against the edge of your body. But then I may also need to add also a glow layer. Hang on. No, I don't know about that one. Hang on. I need to add a glow layer also because some of the edges of things are just, everything's all too dark too. So let me come here. I'm gonna brighten, I think we decided the fanny pack should be brighter. The way I had just suggested you have a shrimp there instead would also work. But like this could be brighter if you didn't want to change it into something that's silly. Like, oh, maybe the pants just need to be a shade or two lighter too. Yeah, the straps are blending in with the shirt right now. Oh, there's a lot of things happening where like these might need to be brighter. These pockets, objects need to just be brighter or darker so that we can tell the difference between them and the edge of the pants. But I don't want to make all these bright elements in the lower body because then that'll make the face less focal. But yeah, you just need to reconsider your contrast structure, I feel like. We're like, maybe this needs to be brighter. Reconsider. Turn that off. Let's see. Did that help? Oh, but because those are so saturated, these things were darkened so that way they wouldn't become focal because they're so high contrast against these things. They need to be less saturated, but still brighter. This is a difficult one. I would say this is one of those cases where I would push you almost to just reconsider your color palette from the ground up, where you are sort of one note. It is funny, you follow the color palette conventions of the gotchas you critique, which maybe is done on purpose. You have that classic Hoyoverse, black, a color, and a metal situation happening. If you had white in your design, then you would exactly be mimicking it. So if that's what you're intending to do, you may want to add white to the design, which would be kind of funny. But secondarily, I would almost push you to consider redoing your colors almost from the ground up. You've got a little bit of color variety. This is more teal, this is a little bit more blue, but I feel like you could have a broader palette with clearer color hierarchy also, because right now, the amount of green and the amount of black, as far as like proportionally it goes in the design, is just a little bit too similar. I feel like we're doing like 55% black to 45% green in the design, and we do want a clearer color hierarchy than that. We want 60% one thing, 30% the next thing, 10% the next thing. We want there to be much bigger steps between how much of the design is each color, because then that makes it feel just a little bit more interesting in the proportioning. That also helps with clarity, which is something that this is needing just a little bit more. Don't know what the focal point is. My eyes are darting everywhere. I would say, as strange as it may be, if I turn off these things, the face is still relatively focal for me because everything is so green and dark. The face is much more peach undertone, but you're right that there are a lot of distractions from it also. Hang on, I feel like I could start doing some more grading here too. So, for color palette, I think you should reconsider your color palette maybe pretty extensively. Consider either adding another color, or if you really want to lean into that gotcha design angle, black, white, a color, a metal, and then give yourself like a contrasting eye color. That may be the ticket. But I do think we need some revisiting in that capacity there. I look at the shirt. Yeah, focally, the face is making a fighting attempt, but I think it could be doing more. And the other elements in the design could be doing less, potentially. Complexity versus clarity. You have a lot of detail, but a lot of the detail isn't particularly specific to your concepts, at least as far as I can tell, but I am an outsider to gacha culture. So I was relying on the Shroommates noticing a lot of the elements that might be relating to that, but what you could still do is repeat motifs, where you have your little like gambling card suits. Repeat them instead of the triangles, or just make the details a little bit more specific. You've got some text and stuff on the sleeves of your clothing. You could have that be your hunter icon instead of hiding it somewhere. You have this earring. I also can't make out what that earring is. It's something. It might need to be bigger. But as far as complexity versus clarity goes, more specific details, and make those details more relevant to your concept if you can. Yeah, I think I'd put it there. And then for silhouette, I don't think you're especially identifiable just based on your silhouette. Where was my silhouette draw over? Yeah, the way that you were without some of my edits, I don't think I would be able to identify you based on silhouette alone. You're not blob-like, but you could definitely use more exaggeration. Maybe a little bit more asymmetry. Probably put you right here. Yeah. Hi, Al. Also, thank you for spinning my head around. I needed a little bit of loosening up in the neck as we approach 6 p.m. But there we go. I think that is a rubric. We have just hit an ad break, though, so I guess nobody can hear me, but that's okay. Not nobody. The Shroommates who can still hear me, I guess you're not people. You are mushrooms now. In a very Odysseus-esque fashion, nobody is here. It is I, nobody. Hi, I see you blinking at me. I know you can hear me. Dancing. So what is this? This is 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I think that sounds about right, given our new scale. I fear, once again, that the fact that we weren't given a hint about the concept means that the concept could use a little bit more, push. Yeah, I think 4 out of 10 makes sense, given our new scale here. Little more push, a little bit more coherency. Please be more shrimp-like in nature, I beg of you. It would be so good. We yearn for shrimps. Exaggerate your silhouette a little bit more. Be more specific in your horn. I think we said a number of things here, but yeah, any of these things could be incorporated to help hopefully push you higher in the scale. But once again, I feel like if you were to reconsider your color palette extensively, that would solve a lot of the other troubles we're having here too. So once again, usually the grade is really hinging on 1 or 2 individual points. But can we get a round of applause, please, for Salty Shrimpy? I see Edward has gotten us started with the applause. Can we roll in some applause, mayhaps? Need to channel more Red Lobster. How about a little more Rock Lobster? Green is interesting. Wow! As a shrimp color, also. I feel like there could be something to be had here for a pink and green color palette, maybe? So we can get shrimp, but also the uniqueness of the green angle, maybe? If you're open to suggestions for color palette. It is my 6 p.m. time, though. And I don't... Because there's so much going on right now with value structure and other things not working, we might just need to revisit things totally in a way that I would not be able to here on stream. But, good work. There is a little bit of ways to go here, but you can do it. I promise you can do it. You got this. Thank you for clapping, Truemates. Couldn't find lore nor debut VOD to get lore. That's okay. Not everyone has lore anyway. Where I said earlier, despite the fact that I may be a mushroom and I'm also a teacher, I don't really talk about having lore very often. I'm just a guy. I just exist. Color does look like it tastes like salt. That is true. That is true. It does give me that thought of, if I put this fella in my mouth, it would be a very particular way. I wonder if they're salty because they aren't winning their gacha pools. I wonder if that's why. I have heard that gachas are liable to make somebody very salty sometimes. I sure got salty when I had a lot of, what was his name? Sampo showing up? Man. Ocean water. Yeah, ocean water is also very salty too. Yeah. True. What even is your lore? That's a great question, Hoshi. My lore, technically, man, that was a year ago. I have created a graphic novel that I've storyboarded out a lot of, actually, for it. I just haven't had time to actually sit down and work on finishing it. But initially, all you guys know about my lore is that, I was hanging out in the mycelium, chatting with all my compatriots, and then I woke up in a lab. That's really all there is to it so far, that you guys are aware of. And it doesn't really impact the way that I operate day to day, which is why we don't talk about it. We used to have a little bit more of it involved, but not so much these days. It's okay. It was just a lot to juggle for me. One little shroom. I am just one little guy. There were a lot of things for me to juggle. But anyways, that will probably about do it for us for today. For us for today. That's a really good sentence. Good job, EG. Very good clarity in your communication skills. Fantastic. We did get through 5, which was not, I was hoping for 6, but that's okay. 5 is the new 6, it seems like. Which makes me a little bit sad. I'm sort of sad that I'm getting slower at this, but I do think that while on one hand, it is definitely because I'm just yapping more. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah, 5. It is also because we are spending more and more time the more time goes on with each individual design. So on one hand, we are being more helpful, and a lot of you guys have learned a lot. So now you guys are able to offer more helpful suggestions, maybe? But on the other hand, we don't get through as many of them, which is, you win some, you lose some, maybe, in that capacity. We'll eventually get to everyone, theoretically someday, even if it takes us years. I don't know what my current number is of submissions we've been through. It's over 300 now, though, that I've gone through on stream. So, you know, if we're getting through at least 5 a week, that's almost 1 for every day of the week. We're still moving along steadily. If we don't see you on Thursday, good luck with your interview. Thank you! I will let you guys know. I wonder if they emailed me back while I was live. We'll see. But I'll let you guys know as soon as I know which day we'll be streaming next. But the next time you see me, we will be finally doing the Guilty Gear character design tier list, which I'm very excited for. We're focusing on Strive, but depending on how long that takes, because there's not actually that many characters. Depending on how long that takes, we might look at some older designs and rate them. That way I can give Axel, like, a failure for his older designs, but I can at least this time put him on the top. This is the Axel redemption arc for Guilty Gear. Man, it still hurts me I gave him a 6.5. And that was on the old rubric. I fear to imagine what grade he would get on the current rubric. The same way I fear to guess what grade Navia would get on the current rubric. Navia got a 3 on the old rubric. I think I gave her a 4, regrading her on the old rubric for Otakon. Oh god. Axel would probably end up with like a 5, I feel like, if I regraded him. 0.5 Navia. Navia's in the running for 0 Chan. Still waiting on the yellow critiques. Yellow, my beloved. We haven't had enough yellow submissions. I have a folder set for it, but there's only... I don't usually have a day scheduled for one until I have 6, because I know I can get to 6. I think I only have 4 in my gold/yellow folder right now, so I just need a couple more. I gotta move further in the number so that way I can download more and hopefully have another one. We'll see though. Gam's game OCs have a change with the new rubric. Maybe? I'm not sure. We can regrade them once they've been edited maybe, I don't know. Because I feel like with the edits that I made to them, they would still score on the upper end of the new rubric, potentially. As long as those things were taken into account, which I'm sure Yam would take those things into account, maybe. So we'll have to see. But, anyways, wish me luck! If you don't see me before I have my interview, hopefully interview and getting that job will be good things for all of us. Good things for me in that I'll be a little more stable, and good thing for all of you in that I can dictate I can have other people do my tasks. I can afford assistance, maybe. And then we can get things done faster, and you guys can see the fruits of my labors more likely. Also, I did not win bingo, unfortunately, and it is breaking my heart. One day. I think I won bingo last week, though, which was nice. But anyways, thank you for your well wishes. YouTube, as we said earlier, I can't send you anywhere. It never works. Maybe it is just that YouTube was like, hey, we haven't rolled out rating to you yet. Which would be crazy. But if that is the case, maybe someday we'll get to rate on YouTube. For now, though, shroom you later. I can't send you anywhere, but thank you for hanging out with me, and I'll keep you posted about the rest of the week. Bye, YouTube. Thank you all for the well wishes.